Test. Test. Welcome, everyone. Can I ask you all to take your seats, please? We're going to start the meeting. We have quorum. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Wilkinson. Okay, welcome everyone. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 2 to 4 on today's agenda. For the items listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days of receipt of the application for zoning and 180 days for an official plan amendment. And if anyone wants to speak and they haven't signed up to this point, the lady standing over by the door can help you with that. So, committee members, any declarations of interest? None. Confirmation of minutes of September 8th, 2015. Any changes, or are they carried? Carried. Okay, our first item is the revised report for the front-ending agreement for the 10th line pumping station sanitary overflow. We have no speakers on that. This was one that we deferred on the at the August 25th meeting at the request of the applicant. The developer, and now it's back before us. So any questions on this item? Is it carried? Thank you. Okay, the next item is the zoning bylaw amendment for 2 4th Avenue, 364, 368, 370, and 372 Queen Elizabeth Driveway, and 1 5th Avenue. And we have speakers and a presentation, so we'll be holding that. Number 3 is the Community Design Plan, Master Servicing Study, and Official Plan Amendment for the former Canadian Forces Base Rockcliffe. I'm happy to say we have a presentation on that, and we have speakers. And I just wanted to say at this time that one of the speakers is MP Muriel Boulanger. Where are you, Muriel? And he has signed up to speak today. However, because of the order of the agenda, with the number 2 being a withdrawn from the previous meeting, it has to go ahead of Rockcliffe. You may not be able to stay, correct? Okay. So anyway, thank you for coming today, and if you have a chance to speak, that'll be great. Number 4 is the zoning bylaw amendment, 605, 609, 613, and 617 Longfields Drive in Barrhaven. And Mr. Paquette, you're here to speak if necessary. Does anyone have any questions? If no, Mr. Paquette, if committee carries this, do you need to speak?
No, we don't.
Thank you very much. Is it carried? Thank you. Okay. Number 5, we have a speaker. That is the protocol for wildlife protection during construction, updated. So we'll hold that item. Number 6 is mural on 3 Lowry Street in Kitchissippi Ward. Does anyone have any questions about the mural at 3 Lowry? No? Is it carried? And also, pardon?
And I have a motion.
And we also have a motion. Did you want to present that motion right now?
Thank you, colleagues, for carrying that. Because the snow is imminent, I do have a motion to lift this one to the council meeting tomorrow. So I'd like to move the Planning Committee direct that report number ACS 2015 CMR PLC Triple Lot 8 be forwarded to Council for its meeting of 23 September 2015 in order for the project to proceed in a timely manner while weather conditions are permissible.
And that has great support from the community, doesn't it?
It does. It's been well consulted. We can't wait. It's an ARPI mural. ARPI is becoming well known in Ottawa as an artist of some significance, and we're looking forward to getting that up on the wall.
Thank you very much. So that is carried. The motion to send it to Council tomorrow. Carried. Thank you. And then the last one is an item for myself, the naming of stormwater management facility at 4235 McKenna Casey Drive. that the stormwater pond be named Gregory Casey Stormwater Management Facility. Is that carried? Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the beginning, which is zoning bylaw amendment 2 4th Avenue, 364, 368, 370, and 372 Queen Elizabeth Driveway, and 1 5th Avenue, and we'll be having a presentation on this item. So, committee members we have before us today, we have Allison Hamlin, Doug James, and Don Herwire. And Allison, are you doing the presentation? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Allison Hamlin. I'm the file lead planner for the zoning bylaw amendment application submitted by Roca Homes at 2 4th Avenue, 364, 368, 370, and 372 Queen Elizabeth Driveway, and 1 5th Avenue. The site is located within the Glebe neighborhood on the west side of Queen Elizabeth Driveway, between 4th and 5th Avenues. Queen Elizabeth Driveway is a parkway owned by the National Capital Commission. The site consists of 6 individual properties with residential buildings. These buildings are proposed to be removed as part of this redevelopment. The Canal Ritz Restaurant and Rideau Canal UNESCO World Heritage Site are located opposite this, on the opposite side of the Queen Elizabeth Driveway. Here's a view from the Queen Elizabeth Driveway looking north with the development site in behind the landscaping that's along the wide boulevard area of Queen Elizabeth Driveway. To the north of the site across 4th Avenue, there's an existing 14-story apartment building which was built in 1973. Here's a view looking east down 4th Avenue. The coniferous trees at the end are on the subject lands. Here's the view looking west towards Queen Elizabeth Driveway, down 5th Avenue to the intersection. The house at the corner is on the subject site. Here's a view to the southeast corner of the development site from the Rideau Canal Skateway with the Ritz, Canal Ritz restaurant in the foreground. The proposal is for a planned unit development consisting of 2 4-story apartment buildings with a shared underground parking garage for a total of 18 units. A rezoning is required to permit the use of the lands for the low-rise apartment building, as well as for modifications to various performance standards, including an increase in height to 15 meters to permit a 4th story, some reduced building setbacks, variation in driveway widths, size and location of amenity areas and walkways, and site-specific planned unit development provisions. The proposed development would have pedestrian access where the blue arrows are pointing from Queen Elizabeth Driveway and 5th Avenue, and vehicular access from 4th Avenue at the orange arrow. A total of 36 underground parking spaces are proposed, and the wide boulevard area along Queen Elizabeth would be preserved. These renderings of the site, the one at the top shows the southeast corner of the development looking across the 5th Avenue intersection. The image at the bottom left shows the development looking down 4th Avenue, and the image at the bottom right shows the development looking to the northeast corner across, this is 4th Avenue on the bottom right, and looking across Queen Elizabeth Driveway. Public notice was given by mail and on the city's website. Signs were posted on the property. A community meeting was held on June 4th. Concerns that were raised by the community through this process included removal of the existing houses, the scale and design of the development, impacts to heritage character, impacts to existing trees, and increased traffic on local streets. As a result, the proposal has been revised. Setbacks have been increased. The building massing at the northeast corner has been reduced. Balconies were scaled back. More red brick was added down the side streets, and 3 trees, existing trees along 4th Avenue, will be protected. And these changes have been well received overall by the Community Association. The NCC had concerns with the proposed setback from Queen Elizabeth Driveway and the requested reductions in amenity area requirements. City staff believe that the proposed setbacks are an improvement over the existing situation where steps and retaining walls are located within the NCC Boulevard area. The sawtooth design of the building will allow for space for landscaping. A new sidewalk will be built to city standards and will delineate the line between the private and public space. Additional plantings are also proposed within the NCC's wide boulevard area. The proposed development is located within the general urban area designation of the official plan. Generally, a maximum of 4 stories is permitted within this designation. The tallest buildings are encouraged to locate along arterial roads or adjacent to existing tall buildings. The official plan directs the city to assess the compatibility of new development as it relates to existing community character so that it enhances and builds upon desirable patterns of built form and open space. It also directs the city to consider how new development will contribute to a variety of housing types and tenures. This location is outside of a target area for intensification, and staff have reviewed the proposal for its fit within the existing context. Compatibility means development, though not necessarily the same as, can coexist without causing undue adverse impacts. This development introduces modest intensification with an increase from 13 residential units to 18 residential units. In conclusion, the proposal represents quality design. It conforms to the official plan and relevant design guidelines. The proposed development presents an increase in scale over some of the early 20th century development in the surrounding area. However, the 4th story steps back to reduce impacts of shadow and massing. The buildings are designed to be oriented to streets and to minimize overlook on abutting rear yards. Planning staff have reviewed the site design, the adequacy of services, the cultural heritage impact statement, and transportation overview, and have found that the associated impacts are acceptable. Staff will continue to review the building design materials through the related site plan control application. In conclusion, planning staff recommend that this zoning bylaw amendment be approved.
Thank you very much. Just to let you know, committee members and councillors at large, we have 13 speakers on this item, so unless you have something that you need to know before I invite the first delegation up, I prefer to start with the delegations. Okay? So the first speaker up is Maria Lowe. Maria, are you here? Okay. Is Khalil Sakley here? Okay, that's great. Do you know for sure that they tell you they weren't coming? Okay. All right, thank you. Andrew Webster, please come forward. Welcome, Andrew. You have turn the mic on and pull it. That's good. Pull it close to you because
Testing.
it's perfect. And you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to speak. I'm a trained geographer, I'm a senior government advisor, I'm a part-time professor, and I'm a local resident. I live on 4th. This proposed project has negligible social, economic, or demographic merit. Only the enrichment of the developers and taxes to the city. We've heard the spin. Let's hear some fact. It will greatly and negatively affect the community that's adjusting to the predicted impacts of Lansdowne. If this project proceeds, it is at least necessary to mitigate its very predictable negative impacts. So I'll speak to impacts and, impacts first, and then on fairness, and then I'll get to possible mitigation measures. Well, there's going to be loss of canal frontage historic houses. There's splendid brick structures. I'm not going to say any more, but why destroy them? They're very sound. There's going to be huge shadow and privacy impacts. These towering buildings are going to be 50% higher than the surrounding houses. I recommend you read the shadow study that's been done. There's going to be significant noise pollution from a lot of commercial rooftop air conditioning units. Now, the 35-space garage with an entrance on 4th Avenue is particularly problematic. It means doubling 4th Avenue's local access on the block. Cars accessing the garage will have to loop around 5th Avenue. They'll have to go right around the block because 4th Avenue is one way. Now, this is absurd when signals and two-way circulation make an entrance on 5th Avenue feasible. U-turns, illegal turns, particularly at 4th Avenue and the Queen Elizabeth driveway, and speeding are all
not so callously cite the existing high-rises on 2nd and 3rd Avenues. These were landscape travesties when built, were against the wishes of the Glebe residents at the time, and it is a common understanding that they resulted in a moratorium on any such high-rises in the future along this stretch of driveway. Let me just show you a photograph dated June 1939, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth along the driveway, passing my house in the background, and beside it is one of the wonderful glebe houses which was taken down to put up one of those high-rises, and it is now a parking lot. That is what we're seeing, a travesty of design. I object to a setback to this proposed setback on all sides. The proposed total mass is achieved in part by encroaching on the aesthetic traditional glebe side and front areas. 4. Page 5. The summary of the requested zoning bylaw amendment quotes, "The two main entrances to the building A are from Queen Elizabeth Driveway. I am personally disappointed that there is no illustration of these main entrances. It seems to me that this should be clearly part of the overall presentation of the design, and my suspicion is that they are a negative impact and therefore not shown. Finally, I would propose that there should be absolutely no disturbance of the boulevard treed area between the proposed building site and the Queen Elizabeth driveway, under no excuse of obstructing views or creating a more visually pleasing photographic opportunity from the canal. None of these excuses should be used to permit a destruction of that green space. So my conclusion then is that the proposed four-story mass is not compatible with the surrounding community character. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions of Mr. Duran? I have, thank you very much for coming out, sir. I have a couple of questions following up to his presentation. As far as the 4 stories go, there's something to do with grading in the 4 stories. Can you explain, one of you explain more about that, please?
This is a general urban area under the official plan, which permits 4 stories. And in the zoning, we look at how that translates into meters. So as of right, R3 zoning allows 11 meters. The requested R4 zoning would be 15 meters. It's possible that this building would fit under 15 meters. There are elements of the site plan control application that have not been fully resolved, including the garage slope. So there's some, it's likely that this building will be shorter than 15. It won't top out exactly at 15, but there's been some allowance to allow for grading around the base of the building.
Thank you for that extra information. The other question that has come up is the heritage aspect. And there are two houses that are on the heritage reference list. Registry.
That's correct.
And have our heritage staff had a look at those?
Yeah, so it's 1 Fifth Avenue and 370 Queen Elizabeth Driveway. They are on the list. They've been evaluated, and there are no objections from our Heritage Services staff to their removal.
Thank you. Anyone else have any other questions further to the delegation? Thank you. Our next speaker is Herbert Schilger. I probably didn't say your name right, sir, but was it close? Welcome. You have 5 minutes to present. you have to press the button. There's a button there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Herbert Schilger. I was born in Vienna, Austria. I came to this country 55 years ago. And I lived in Ottawa since 1963. I taught high school here, I taught college here, and as an architect, I have an international reputation worldwide. What I can see here now upsets me thoroughly. Coming from a city like Vienna, where we are very proud of our heritage, and I have been in this country and in Ottawa so many years, I have seen where we saw no high-rise buildings, and how now people are allowed to develop projects in an area such as the Glebe. By the way, I used to go to Glebe night school. It really upsets me. I have a personal interest in a property very close to this development. And the only reason that kept me from putting an offer into it is because of this development. I was going to retire in this area. I would like to speak to a number of people, particularly to the City Council. I think it is your responsibility to protect the population living in this area for many, many years from a big development of that size to spoil the heritage of their community. I would like to speak also to the developer. The developer who is only promoted and prompted by huge profits in this thing without regard to the community in this area. Please consider these things. These people have lived there for many, many years without having to have a huge structure that does not match the heritage character of this community. Nevertheless, speaking of the canal zone, where we have thousands of visitors coming by, having to see a beautiful new building, yes, but does it match the character of that community? Absolutely no. So please consider to turn this project down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schilger, for coming out today. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Schilger? Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have Mike and Amber Nicholson. I guess we have Amber Nicholson. Thank you.
Good morning, Council.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Amber Nicholson. My husband Mike and I own one of the properties along the driveway that is proposed to be removed. We have been involved with the house since 1979 when we were tenants there. We absolutely adore the area. We became the owners of the house in 1998, and at that time we realized we could not live there because of parking issues. We didn't have consistency of exit that we needed to for our work and our children. So when we started looking at this development, we realized this was our opportunity to come back to the area. The house needs extensive renovations. It's quite old, and we did have tenants there. They will be completely out by the end of this month, so the house will be vacant, no tenants displaced. So we think the building is beautiful. We've looked at other homes built by the developer and found them to be very tasteful. And for our retirement years, we have complete access. I'll even be able to bring my 90-year-old mother in, which I can't do in my current home. So this property, with its accessibility and current building standards, which the council has developed for all new properties, is so exciting for us. We just wanted to let you know that we're very much in favor of the development and hope you approve it today. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming out. Does anyone have any questions for Mrs. Nicholson? Thank you. Thank you again. Next we have Brad Seguin. Seguin? Or Seguin? Seguin? It's not spelled that way, though. That's no. How do you say your last name? Seguin. Wait. Thank you. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brad Seguin. I'm also one of the owners at 368 Queen Elizabeth Drive. Bought the house, moved there with my wife after we got married 13 years ago, and began to renovate. Certain people are saying that these houses are in good condition. I have 13 years of experience to say that they're not. Basically, we brought additions to our family. We put additions to the house. We did the front porch. We did everything. Even redid the garages in the backyard to, I think they're about 80 years old and they were done. We've tried everything. After 13 years of working there, I realized that my adjacent neighbors are going to be apartments. I remember my youngest once was sick, and the driveway was blocked, and I couldn't even get out to bring her to CHEO. I had to bring her to CHEO in a cab. So parking is always going to be an issue there. Snow removal is a nightmare. So we have tried for many, many years to try and make this work. And to renovate there is it's almost impossible, because you have to take your rubble and put it in a pickup and drive it to the street just to unload it, and I can go on and on and on. So after several years, we've tried, and we were approached by Roberto. I've been in the community for very long, and I'm very involved in the community also at the community center. So we actually really looked at the different developers. After Roberto approached us, several other ones did too. And we took that into consideration, what developer we really wanted to work with and how they were viewed in the community also. So we took this approach extremely seriously, and we also really considered the impact of other people. And we found that this was the least amount of impact that could happen for that area. We gave this area the college try that we could to try and make it work, and unfortunately, it's only going to get worse. The houses are deteriorating, and the homeowners are putting less money towards them. And being in front of the canal, that's what you're going to see. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And when this was development was approached us, we took a look at it, and we're very happy to proceed with it. I know everybody has different experiences in life, and that allows them to like older things or like different art, different positions of art. We absolutely love the design. We really, really, really are impressed with the design. It was beyond what we thought it could be. So we're happy with the project, and we considered every avenue, and we'd like for this project to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Question from Councillor Brockington.
Just a quick one. Is your home, or are you aware of the other homes, does any home have an official heritage designation?
No.
It does not.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Graham McEachern. Graham McEachern.
Is it on? It is, okay. Yeah. Hi, my name's Graham McEachern. I've been a resident of 9 Fifth Avenue since 1981. That's over 35 years. And there's this huge building that's going up there. It just does not fit in with what is there and what people or what the neighborhood expects. The height is a major consideration. The shadows it's going to cast, and then the bulk of the building. The planner mentioned they're going from 14 to 18 units. But if we look at the square footage of real estate increase, it's huge compared. It really isn't 14 to 18. It's a multiple of many times what's there now, the square footage of real estate. So that takes away the the nature that's there, the grounds that are there, the trees that are there, and taking away some of the mature trees that are growing on the driveway now is really not, should not be allowed. It's they've been there for 100 years, and they're part of the heritage of Ottawa, and they're very representative of that stretch. It's and then the next item that I'd like to address is the parking. As of now, the people have to go down Fifth Avenue, and like she mentioned, engineer's study said there'd be 4 to 5 more cars an hour. They're all going to go right by Fifth Avenue down my place to get to their parking on 4th. And we have quite a bit of parking on of driving on Fifth as it is because of the previous streets are all one way, so you can't turn down them, which is fine and dandy. But I don't think we should be increasing the numbers by allowing this project with 35 extra parking spots. It's also going to increase the parking on street because many people won't park in there, or they have more than one vehicle. And those are my considerations and my feelings towards this project. So I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for coming out. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. McEachern? Any comments from staff about the trees? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
There are 11 trees being removed through this redevelopment, but 18 will be added or will be there in total. There will be new trees added into the boulevard area that's owned by the NCC. So no trees removed there, and in fact some added. There was concern particularly about 3 existing trees, 2 spruce trees and a Norway maple along 4th Avenue, and the developer will endeavor to protect those, and the setbacks have been adjusted so that they have the best chance to succeed. Those are street trees along 4th Avenue.
And when you get to work on the tree specifics and site plan and that sort of thing, what kind of caliper are you going to be looking for in replacement?
70 millimeter caliper.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any other questions? No? Our next speaker is Allison Dingall. Welcome, Allison. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Harder, for giving me an opportunity to speak to the Planning Committee. My objections are much the same as those of my neighbours that I've heard recently, such as Mr. Nowatzki and Professor Watkin.
I just wanted to ask you, where do you live?
I live on Union Terrace, about 4 blocks away, and I've lived in the Glebe since the 70s, and I've lived there since 1976. And I'm very, very interested in my neighborhood and in the heritage. I've been fairly active.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Harder. I find the visual mass of this new development, the increased structure, really offensive. I think when someone is building and has acquired property like that, they should be satisfied with many, many fewer units, taking into consideration that each unit, especially of these size, spins numerous visitors, service visitors, and things like that. You cannot pretend that this is going to have a minimal increase on the traffic and circulation. I really lament the loss of trees. That I think the trees and preserving the boulevard should have been the first consideration of anyone who had the privilege to put their hands on this beautiful location. Of course, I lament even more the loss of the attractive and typical housing fronts. From my personal experience in my own back garden with one large house next door and an air conditioning unit, even one air conditioning unit can make use of your garden and conversation almost impossible. And the air conditioning units from places like this will be truly offensive to the nearby neighborhood. And I applaud Mr. Nowalski's idea that they should spend the money and put the chilling units in the basement. These should be minimum requirements for things like this, and also elevators that do not protrude. But I would prefer not to see a 4th story and fewer units. Surely the developer can afford to sell fewer units on such a prestigious area. I'd also like to say that these kind of units do not create neighborhoods. They leave a black hole in the neighborhood. The people that will be going in and out of these things, you can't prejudge. We've heard from some lovely people that intend to live there, are really not part of our community. The traffic is already in chaos from Lansdowne Park. If you're in the glebe, and I really believe this, I'm on my bike, I'm in my car, to get to the airport, to get out onto the driveway, there are so many times when we're under pressure. This will greatly inconvenience the 18 owners there and even more the people existing. So I think this is a destructive step forward. I hope that all of these lovely houses that could be saved will not be swept away. This I do not consider the least amount of impact on our community, and I hope that you will reconsider approving this. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Just a minute. Hang on a second. Councillor Weeper. Councillor Weeper has a question for you. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you about it, because I do find it somewhat offensive, I think. The notion that the people who will be moving into these are not part of the community.
That was a poor comment, but I do a lot of canvassing for cancer. I'm the area captain and things like that, and I notice that so often people move into places because they want to live there, but they don't want to be part of the community. And so I agree that was out of turn, but I have about 30 years experience in finding that there's a certain kind of, you have a veranda, you have your thing in front, you're open. These to the neighborhood, it makes a difference, Councillor Leeper. I agree. I apologize for that.
Yeah, I'm the councillor for Kitchissippi, and obviously infill is something that is proceeding at a rate that is, probably higher than elsewhere in the city. And one of the things that we have to work on, the dynamic of taking down single-family homes, putting up the two semi-detached, often in a architectural style that isn't the same as the architectural style elsewhere. And one of the big challenges that we have from it is. Sorry, I guess I'll just explain why I've asked the question. Yeah. We have a huge challenge to make sure that our communities work in the face of infill. And I think prejudging the people who are moving into these infills and suggesting that they're not part of our community is really disruptive.
Well, I mean, they're closed out. They're not, you don't see them.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your, thank you. I just wanted to say that, if we could give direction, if you all agree to staff, that if this proceeds, if this is carried and supported by council, that when you get to site plan, that you give a really good look at the HVAC system and where the positioning is and that sort of thing with regard, because we've heard the concerns from a few people. Okay, so I have a choice here. Carolyn McKenzie, are you here? Oh, Carolyn, you had asked to speak last after all of the residents. Did you want to speak now, or did you want to speak after the applicant? Usually I don't afford you this opportunity, so. Speak now? Well, welcome then. Okay, this is Carolyn McKenzie. She's the chair of Planning Committee, Glebe Community Association. Followed by Roberto Campingau from Roca Homes and Barry Hoban. Welcome again.
There we go. Thank you very much. I don't want to take a lot of time. I'm obviously here representing the Glebe Community Association. Sorry, can you hear me okay?
That's better, thank you.
This has not necessarily been an easy file to think through, lots of moving parts, and it certainly is a departure from what is currently there. So with that in mind, I guess, first of all, I'd like to first recognize, though, the efforts of Roberto Campagna and his development team for engaging with the community on this file. I think the approach has been very respectful and professional, and I'd like to thank them for that. In fact, we've had two consultations, the one on June 4th that Alison had mentioned, but we had a previous one prior to submission in mid-fall last year. As I said, this has not necessarily been an easy file. Based on comments received from residents, the GCA had earlier written to the city with concerns regarding building setbacks, sun shadowing, overlook into neighboring properties to the west, tree loss, not along Queen Elizabeth Driveway, but along 4th Avenue and to the rear to a certain extent, and some discussion of treatment of exterior materials. We still have concerns, if I can say, regarding some of the building setbacks, but I understand this is a bit of a peculiar site. But we understand from city staff that the building setbacks now proposed, in fact, respect the minimum requirements. So I'm not sure that we have a basis to even, you can see how close some of those setbacks are, but that being said, I'm not sure we have a basis to ask them to push back further. Again, some peculiarities to the through lot. The latest revisions tabled by ROCA this summer largely address many of the concerns, the remaining concerns that we've raised. So I'm not, in fact, here as part of the GCA to pursue further objections to this development specifically. Again, taking into account my comments about concerns about setbacks. But this is based on the understanding that the community, that we're not standing on a slippery slope. It's very important to residents that rezoning to R4 that will allow for greater overall height in the form of what I call a partial 4-story on a property which is on the periphery of the neighborhood, whose 4-story, given the most recent sun shading studies that we've seen, we don't think should materially contribute to sun shading, and given the building setbacks, will not actually set a precedent for allowing 15-meter building height elsewhere in the neighborhood. I think that's a very important point. And by way of illustrating this concern, we continue to see an argument being made that the existence of the high-rises that you see along Queen Elizabeth Driveway provide at least part of the rationale for greater height. This is in spite of the fact, as other people have mentioned, that these high-rises were never supported by the community, but they were approved in the absence of any restrictions in the late 70s. Their height is generally seen as, in fact, an undesirable element of the existing neighborhood character. They're quite out of keeping with the rest of the neighborhood. The properties along Queen Elizabeth Driveway, those high-rises, have subsequently been downzoned to R3, and yet the high-rises continue to be trotted out as an argument in support of greater height. So I guess my point is we wish that would that practice of pointing at undesirable aspects of the neighborhood in support of a proposal would cease. Further, the GCA, we understand that there's a schedule that accompanies the rezoning, and it specifies the building setbacks that are in that image, as well as the building stepbacks on that 4th floor. That is being proposed. However, these restrictions, as you know, are only included in zoning provisions, and they're not backed up with any policy direction or as part of a secondary plan. So our understanding, based on recent experience, is that these could be fairly easily revised or overturned, and that's a significant concern, I think, for the community, again, sort of looking at this issue of sort of a slippery slope. So I guess my question at this point is what can the Planning Committee provide in the way of reassurance that rezoning of this property to R4, in this instance, given this particular set of circumstances, will not set a precedent elsewhere in a neighborhood that is predominantly made up of 2- or 3-story houses or buildings? And how can any resulting guidance be reflected in city planning policy so that it carries real weight with respect to future developments? So thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a good question, and I'm going to ask Mr. Herwire to respond to it on precedent setting.
Through the chair, as members of the committee know, each application, of course, is evaluated on its own merits. The department certainly shares many of the comments that were just made in terms of this being a unique situation, an edge condition. We certainly don't envision this type of development on interior blocks or mid-block. It's a unique context, and as such is viewed as such. So, of course, we cannot guarantee that there wouldn't be other applications submitted, but in terms of the existing policy framework and the department's position, it would not be precedent-setting or impactful on the interior parts of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. McKenzie? Thank you very much for coming out today. And a lot of the things that items that you brought up will be dealt with. You have a question with Ms. McKenzie? for staff? Through the site plan as well, as you know, too. And are you going to ask a question on setbacks? Would you ask a question on setbacks? Okay. Thank you very much for coming forward.
Okay. About setbacks, could you just outline the planning principles that you try to adhere to on these types of things?
Madam Chair, with respect to setbacks, I know there were some issues up on 4th Avenue with the setback, for example, and it was increased to mimic the front yard setbacks of the existing homes on the area. Setbacks along street edges and also an interior to the site are intended to create areas like along the street edges for vegetation, for example, and to maximize or mitigate the potentials of such things as sun shadowing. And you notice from the site plan the 4th story is set back significantly in the department's position to mitigate against that. The policy direction for general urban areas, of course, up to 4 stories, but by setting it back as a way to mitigate the impacts on the surrounding properties. So we take a look at the proposed development and try to use these setbacks or step backs as well for ways for the proposal to fit within the surrounding community.
And your own question, or was that it? Okay, good. Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay, I'll ask Roberto Campanelle. Is that how you say your name? Roberto, you're over there? Okay. Okay, Mr. Phillips? And Barry Hoban. Is Barry here? Oh, there you are. You snuck up ahead of him. I know, I wasn't looking, obviously. Mr. Hoban, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to mount a little bit of a visual presentation, and just to say initially thank you to Carolyn McKinsey and the Glebe Community Association for running such a well-structured consultation process. We did meet twice with residents, and it's unfortunate, but the vast majority of speakers who've shown up this morning didn't participate in either one of those public meetings. So even though it's an open dialogue that doesn't necessarily...
Sorry, what did you say, Mr. Hoban? You said they didn't or they did?
Did not.
Thank you.
So that's unfortunate, because we've operated in an open, transparent fashion to solicit comments in and during the design process where they can shape the results. I find it interesting, just as a starting point, that many people have spoken about the social cultural impacts to this building, and the reality is there are 6 structures being removed. 3 of the owners of those are transitioning in place. And this is really, the story of this project is about an opportunity to transition in place and provide housing options within the Glebe. And I'll show you some examples of other projects we've done in the Glebe where the transition has happened and the results have been very smooth in terms of their accommodation. And I think this is a reality. One of the reasons that we actually left the Glebe, moved to Ottawa South, is because my wife had a problem with her back and knees and actually had to move into essentially the same type of accommodation with an elevator. So let me just go through, if I can find out how I'm supposed to forward this, if you... Okay, so just very quickly, a lot of people have talked about the impact along the boulevard here. There's no intention to actually touch that. The NCC obviously has control of that, and it actually shapes your understanding of the building, because you really can't see these buildings from a streetscape except walking along the corridor immediately adjacent to them. Can you forward? Some other examples of buildings just within the Glebe: 211, 268 First Avenue, the renovations and the accommodation of the old Ottawa Board of Education building with the 4-story building. These are buildings where we have approximately 60 or 70 units with 1 parking garage. I have yet to see someone leave and enter that parking garage even with that number, and that has to do with the types of people who are actually moving into these. They're seeking single-story accommodation, wanting to move out of 3-story houses and allow a new group to basically occupy those so they can transition in place and remain in the community. So the bottom, if you go back, sorry. One of the bottoms is a successful project we did on First Avenue, backing on Browns Inlet, on Patterson Creek, and the top left is part of the same project. 50 Craig is a new project, very small infill of 3 flats, and I'm going to tell you that there is a desire for those people who live in a neighborhood to actually remain in the neighborhood. The Glebe has very, very few options to provide that. We have done the vast majority of the buildings, and this is excluding Lansdowne, which is a special case. If we flip ahead. So here's it from an aerial view. The existing buildings are raised up. All of them tend to be about 3 stories in height. What you will notice is that boulevard in between virtually obscures your ability to see whatever's there. Both 4th Avenue and 5th Avenue drop in elevation from the west to the east significantly. This is the view from a long view, and now you're seeing the tree growth and how it obscures it from a long perspective. These views are critical because the canal is a World Heritage Site. We had to prepare a cultural heritage impact statement for this project to review the impact of development. This is looking at closer. Now this is an opportunity to actually see the buildings because it's fall or spring and the trees, the leaves are off the trees. But you can see the jumbled natures of those existing buildings. They're all packed together very closely, small setbacks in between each buildings. And so when we hear comments about things like the visual mass, we're afraid of the visual mass of the new proposal. The reality is the existing buildings form a continuous visual mass as you walk along them. You really don't get to see this project from this position. You get to see it up close. And I hope we have a visual of that. Look at it. So the slide on the right actually shapes how the average pedestrian actually experiences this. The one on the left is taken at a distance, but it's not from a continuous pedestrian perspective. You can see as well how fully landscaped it is. You can also see the 3.5-story height that's there now. Okay. A quick look along the canal. The canal has a varied experiences. If you go down to Linden Terrace and to Monkland, you see buildings of a more robust nature, which have stone and stucco and are quite different than the pattern book houses that you see along the avenues. The very distinctive building at the corner of First Avenue is the stepped row house. I consider one of the premier row houses in the city, but a stepped nature very close to the property line. So this is the actual proposal. We have talked about it.
So, Mr. Hoban, just to let you know, you're now into Mr. Phillips' time, okay?
Okay.
42 seconds, just telling you.
Just very quickly, the step nature along this pathway is very similar to what's there now. So the light area is the area of the penthouse. A lot of talk about mass. And the 4 stories that are required, the 4th story really is a penthouse, is set back significantly. All of the public realm, the terraces, etc., are facing the canal. They're not facing these neighbors on this side because this is the dominant view. Well, I'll have to go quickly now. 1 parking garage. There's not going to be 35 cars leaving at the same time. It's a capacity of 35 cars. We recognize that there are 18 units in here, and the demographic that's going to purchase probably has 2 cars. Doesn't mean they're both active. Keep going. This is, all right, looking at 5th Avenue down towards the Canal Ritz. The design of the building, specifically the heavier red brick mass to tie into these existing 3-story buildings, and the ground is sloping towards 5th, towards the canal. Looking dead on, we obviously had to remove trees so you could actually see the visual. And at the corner of 5th, you can see that the building has been pulled back and large terraces for the animation and also outdoor space for every resident within the building. Should mention the 3.5 stories. The half-story on top really is a part of the 3rd level unit. Our view down 4th Avenue, I want you to notice that 4th Avenue is sloping dramatically. So if you look at the ground floor of these buildings, they're much higher than the ground floor of the proposed building just because of the shape of grade. And that's our entrance into the parking garage. And then the actual view as you walk along the pedestrian pathway along the driveway. We did sun shadows. We evaluated. We looked at the existing proposal. We looked at the what could be done as a matter of right, as opposed to what the new building would impact. And there's a marginal increase, but it's not dramatic. And so we actually did all that substantive work. I'll turn it over to Mr. Phillips at this point in time. It's unfortunate that some people see new projects as being different than what's there already. I think the evidence is, by the way, people who have spoken who are going to remain here, that this is an opportunity, in fact, to enrich the glebe in terms of providing housing options. It's very consistent with the official plan. It's consistent in terms of design. It's well considered. Every one of those visuals basically is taken time to construct. You may see it differently than we do, but there's been effort to actually make this building fit in and add to the community.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Phillips, planning consultant to Roca Homes. I'm going to be very brief. First point I wanted to make is back to the official plan. When the city did its official plan review, it enacted official plan amendment number 150. And one of the important things that it added was, first of all, a 4-story limit in the general urban area, which this is, and we do have 4 stories. And secondly, a number of policies about compatibility. And we've accomplished and conformed to all of those policies. So this is a demonstration very clearly of how this development conforms to the official plan. Secondly, the nature of the glebe is always one of transition. It's constantly changing. It's not in a glass case to be preserved. And this is just an excellent example of how the glebe is renewing itself in a very compatible form. The level of development here is only a minor increase in the number of units, so the concerns about traffic and social change, in my opinion, do not stand up. Thirdly, there was a comment about the mention of the high-rise building. Part of the planning analysis is to report on the existing conditions around, and it just happens that there is a high-rise building. We're not using that to support our proposal. It's just part of the existing conditions, so it is important to report that. And finally, I wanted to say that on behalf of Roca Homes, we support the staff recommendation 100%, and we ask that the committee approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hoban, will you be able to incorporate any of the existing building components of the current homes in the new project? Will you be able to reuse any of the brick to maintain a common look and feel?
The short answer would be no. The notion here, Councillor, is to actually use the brick that we used at the expansion Muchmore School, which is sympathetic to the original brick, almost identical. It was the best that we could come up with. It's not a bright red. It's basically a dull red. And but the rejuvenation, there are 6 different bricks, I think, on the buildings that are there. That are very hard to actually add any mass, even though it's not a lot of brick, but practically, I don't think that's possible. Not impossible, just not logical.
Thank you. Councillor Chernochenko, questions of the delegation, and then Councillor Kadri.
Yep. Thank you very much. There were some questions and concern raised that I'd like to get some more precise responses to. How exactly will the servicing occur, repair? There was an argument made that it will be much harder for fire access, imagine repairs of roofs in coming years. Can you tell me how that will be done and how that compares with what is there now, please?
Well, essentially have we fire access off of all streets, including Queen Elizabeth Drive. We'll have to complete the site plan process. If it's required that we add fire hydrants, that'll be part of the site plan process. We haven't been able to actually execute the site plan process without completing the rezoning. And the second aspect was about repair and access. Obviously, the drive access off of 4th Avenue provides
access to the parking garage for repair vehicles, etc.
So some, at least minor repair vehicles would be able to access the parking garage
Yeah.
and then bring materials in and out through
Yes.
that. I imagine something major may not be able to do
Yeah,
that.
I don't think it would be logical to actually use the NCC pathway as a system for doing that. In fact, I think maybe the NCC might have some comments about that.
I'd hope so. Can rooftop structures be prohibited, and are there currently, I mean, that's perhaps a question as much as to staff, can they be prohibited? What are current plans? How are the buildings being sold to people? You know, sure, you can add gazebo on top or not.
That's a very good question. As Lloyd has pointed out, the envelope is shrink-wrapped, that the built envelope with the schedules that are in the rezoning. We're not part of the sales exchange with respect to this. There are rooftop terraces. There are generous terraces at the third level across the board. So we don't see the real need for things to happen. But if something were to happen, like an outside planter boxes, et cetera, that are on the roofscape, that would definitely be on the side that would be facing the Queen Elizabeth driveway, and certainly would not be affecting any of the neighbors behind. And it's, as you know, in the mature guidelines, mature neighborhoods guidelines, et cetera, there's a real concern of impact of neighbors. And in this case, basically, the way everything is oriented towards the canal, that's not going to be an issue. We have no neighbors on the Queen Elizabeth Drive side.
Can I get further comment then from staff on the ability to put gazebos, canopies, et cetera, up there? We see what was once sort of very temporary. Sometimes there was reference made to King's Landing along Colonel By Drive. We do see what appear to be permanent rooftop structures there.
At the request of the Community Association, there's been provisions in the draft zoning for no amenity areas above grade in the interior side yard, so that's where it abuts the residences. So all of the balconies are facing towards streets. In terms of control about how people keep those balconies, it's anticipated that this will be a plan of condominium, and it will, to some extent, govern what they can put out there and how it would look.
I guess I'm getting a hard time getting a yes or no to, can someone on the side of the residence put up a gazebo?
Madam Chair, the short answer is no, and there is a provision within the zoning bylaw on document 3 at the bottom. It says no required or permitted amenity areas are permitted above the first story within yards abutting the interior lot line. So the answer would be no, and that's why you see in the photo there with the amenity areas facing out on the street.
Thank you. Now, I heard some nice numbers about the number of trees that will be replanted to actually overcompensate, if you will, for the number being lost. But as we all know, a tree is not necessarily a tree. We are seeing a lot of street trees that were quite large, mature trees with significant canopies being replaced with columnar ones, easier to plant, don't get in the way, big branches don't fall on property or people. What can we expect to see in 20 or 30 years by way of the street tree canopy, particularly along 4th Avenue, as compared to now? Not sure who best can answer that.
Okay. Madam Chair, through the site plan control application, we can certainly have control over the species and actually also the caliper of trees. To start out with, as I mentioned, a tree of about 70 millimeter caliper, which has been the standard from the old city of Ottawa. Developments today might go down to 60 or 50, but we can require a 70 millimeter caliper, and we can require the species and that not be a columnar, be a standard tree, if you will, that will have a broader canopy, and it will, of course, take time to grow, but in the end, it will be a tree that will look like many of the trees that exist in the glebe today.
I will certainly want to see and will be pushing for some significant trees where that is possible to do, both to meet the character of the street, but also for the obvious heat island effect issues we're seeing now with streets that are denuded of trees becoming much hotter, and a lot of the impacts that come with that.
So you'll be looking at that, the site plan then, eh?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Come back to me. That's it for my questions. When we finish
Did you
any
wrap up
debate,
after?
I'd like to wrap up.
Councillor Kadri, questions of the delegation?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just a couple of questions, one to staff and one to delegation. First to staff, when the site plan does come forward, because one of the public delegations raised the concern about fire safety, and one of my colleagues already asked that question. Obviously, the site plan will be going through the fired people in terms of approval or any issues with that, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. They have no objections.
They have no objections currently?
A concurrent site plan application has been filed and circulated, and Fire Services has no objections.
Thank you for that. And now back to the delegation. In terms of the existing houses that are there, now we've heard over and over again from the public delegations about the character of those houses and so on. Also, we also heard from one public delegation that the internal condition of the houses is really not there. Is the property owner going to demolish the houses, or are there any ways of saving those houses, maybe in another location where they could be sold to somebody else who could reuse those houses?
The very first thing is that the houses that are there, by way of their form, and we face this issue on a regular basis during redevelopment, when we're trying to provide a barrier-free situation, it's very difficult to save the houses, but the very first step when these houses are decommissioned, everything that's in them are offered, in most of our projects are offered to Habitat to basically to reclaim as much material as they possibly can so they're not going to landfill. And so there's a strong attempt to do all of those things. It's just that the actual shell of the building is very hard to incorporate in when you actually consider what happens to happen underground with respect to the parking, and then to building of a barrier-free project at the other end.
Thank you for that, Mr. Holman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions of the delegation? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, so I will close then the public delegation part of this meeting and come back into committee for comments and wrap-up. Councillor Chernyshchenko?
Thank you very much. As you've heard, this is an unusual site and an unusual project in many respects. It's not very often you get a site that fronts onto one of the driveways where there aren't actually neighbors, so to speak, in front. It's not very often we get a project that, although it seems to have come from out of the blue, wasn't necessary to resolve a problem in that area, is partially responding to a new need, which is aging in place, staying in the neighborhood, and where a number of the existing homeowners are actually planning to return and stay in that exact same spot, more or less, in the new building. So all of those things are somewhat unusual. Also, I'm glad to say I'm not glad to say that it's unusual, it's a double negative, that significant public consultation occurred here, because that really underlines that many projects proponents don't do or aren't willing to really engage with the public. There was a number of opportunities for the immediate neighbors to come in, to get together, to ask questions from the early stages, and although this project did then go through many iterations, some of those iterations were actually in response to the concerns that were raised by the neighbors and specifically brought forward by the GCA and by myself on behalf of the members. So I wish there were more significant consultation like this with other projects. That being said, of course, it doesn't mean the result necessarily makes all neighbors happy. I do still have some concerns about this project. If I were asked, am I for or against, I guess the answer is I'm rarely for a project, mostly in the sense that I don't feel it's a councillor's role to be for a project. On the other hand, I'm neither for nor against in terms of my own position here. It is certainly going to be an increase in height. That is definitely going to have some impact with morning light for the most immediate neighbors. I wish that were not the case, and although I've seen steps taken already to reduce that, if more work can be done to reduce that light impact. I'd certainly like to see it in the refinement stages of the design. And I did hear what I hope was quite unequivocally, that no rooftop additions can be put on by way of tents, gazebos, and other permanent structures that could further diminish the light. The precedent, the idea of precedent was raised. We are regularly hearing from our staff that there is no such thing as a precedent. You cannot say, well, there's a tower next door, so therefore a tower here would be appropriate. And yet we often hear that argument made. Oh, well, it's not so bad. You've already got towers here. I noted in my written comments, and I will here again, the GCA actually became an active community association as a result of what they felt to be the inappropriate towers on Queen Elizabeth Drive. So no one wants to hear those towers raised as an example of why this building or any other is appropriate. The vast majority of residents felt those towers were inappropriate, and so they shouldn't be brought forward as an argument for or against. In the end, it's different. There's no question. This building is different from what we see around it. As Mr. Hoban pointed out, though, there are a number of projects in the glebe that are different from what's around them, and some of them have been quite successful. Different doesn't need to be inappropriate, and I think if some further steps are taken now in the site planning process and in further refinements around light and especially around noise, particularly with the air conditioning, I would like to see all efforts made to minimize any noise coming from the air conditioning and noise impacts on the street and on tree canopy in particular. I am hoping to see some specifics that will show how we will not just protect what's there, but even have increased tree canopy. If we're all here to see it, that would be even better, but certainly in the medium future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So on this item, committee, is it carried? Thank you very much. Thanks everyone who came out today, and I know that a lot of the issues you raised today will be dealt with at site plan, and obviously your councillor will be working with you on that. So thank you. Next item up is Community Design Plan for Rockcliffe, the former Canadian Forces Base Rockcliffe. And we have presenting, we have Salma Hassan, Don Schultz from Canada Lands Company, John Smith, Acting Manager Policy, Development and Urban Design. And I just wanted to, with your indulgence, because it is right at 11, the Honourable Morel Boulanger, as I mentioned. I notice also former Councillor Jacques Lejeune is in the audience. Hi, Jacques. Bonjour. Morel, what is your timing like? You're good? Good, because we have a good, fulsome presentation. This is an important work. Councillor Nussbaum, did you want to introduce it? I know that you're very excited about the application. Did you want to introduce it?
Thank you for the offer, Chair, but I'm happy to let the presentation go forward, and I'll make some comments afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just will point out for everyone that we have simultaneous translation services provided for this item. Okay. So, John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just as a couple of very quick introductory comments, this is a fairly significant project that's moving forward in the City of Ottawa. This is probably one of the most significant sites in terms of a new opportunity for a new community to be developed on a site that is no longer required for the purpose that it was originally established for, namely the former Canadian Forces Rockcliffe Air Base. And Canada Lands has acquired the property. Canada Lands has been very responsive to making sure that all of the issues that are identified, that have been identified through the process of developing the CDP, have been addressed and are being addressed and looked after. The proposal is really to provide for a complete community
community for the Rockcliffe Air Base, providing opportunities for residential employment, open space networks, a high emphasis on alternative travel modes, a central focus for the community that includes retail opportunities to service the area and really establish an identity for this new community. So a lot of work has gone into this. The whole project started probably in 2004, a little bit of a hiccup with the Algonquin land claim issue that came up in the intervening period. We started in 2012, and a fair bit of effort on the part of Canada Lands, who took the lead in developing the community design plan with the direction from city staff and following the requirements set out in the city's official plan for that purpose. So a lot of good things are being advanced through this project, certain elements that are very much consistent even with what we're looking at as far as building better, smarter subdivisions. In particular, low-impact development, stormwater management initiatives, really looking at achieving high intensity or higher intensity, and a very strong emphasis on mixed use and really making sure that the public realm elements come together as a strong defining feature for the overall community. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Selma, who will lead the presentation, and we'll be joined by Mr. Schultz from Canada Lands to provide more of an overview in terms of the overall development program and how Canada Lands sees the overall development playing itself out over the next 15 to 20 years.
Thank you, John. As John said, Don Schultz from Canada Lands Company is here beside me. I'm going to just do a very quick intro into the kind of process and roles. Don is going to get into more detail about the community itself and the vision, and I'm just going to then conclude with essentially what we're requesting of committee. Oops, yours goes as well? I don't know. So essentially, Canada Lands Company initiated the community design plan in the fall of 2012, so about 3 years ago. Canada Lands Company engaged an extensive consulting team, land use planners, urban designers, landscape architects, arborists, engineers, public consultation specialists, and I know I'm probably forgetting part of their team, but a very extensive team. They engaged their consultants and essentially oversaw the work of their consulting team. We oversaw the project itself and ensured key city interests were addressed. Having said that, CLC, their consultants, and PGM corroborated extensively over the 3-year period. Okay. The process involved significant input from various groups, including all of our city departments that would be affected, outside technical agencies, advisory committees, the surrounding owners, and the general public. Don, I believe, is going to get into more detail about that consultation process with the various groups. The combination of the work, of the consultation, of the planning, of the technical studies includes a community design plan, a master servicing study, stormwater management low-impact development pilot project, and official plan amendments, including a new secondary plan for the site. And I now turn it over to Don.
Thank you, Selma, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for having this opportunity to speak to Planning Committee today. This is a major milestone in our planning and development of this significant and strategic development site in the City of Ottawa. As Selma mentioned, we have a number of team members here who are on hand in case Planning Committee has any specific questions. We have from Canada Lands Company's office myself, Jean Lachance, who's also a director of real estate, and Krista Dury, who's a project manager. In our Ottawa office, we have Nancy Meloche, and from Meloche & Associates, Tim Dickinson from MMM Group. As our lead planning consultants, Ron Jack from Parsons is here to address transportation. Jim Moffat from IBI Group is here to address civil engineering and site servicing. Chris Denick from Aquifor Beach is here to address any questions you might have for the low-impact development stormwater management systems. And finally, we have Andrew Naum from DST Consulting Engineers, who is responsible for the environmental cleanup, and that firm also did some of the environmental biological studies for the project. You can see from this air photo that There is existing and has been a street design for an established military community. At its height, the community had more than 400 homes, and really the most active period of the base was during the late 1950s, early 1960s. There was a decline in the activity at the base for a number of decades until Department of National Defense decided that this was surplus to their needs and involved Canada Lands Company in the potential purchase. There had been a planning exercise 2006, 2007, which then was halted due to a land claim that was expressed by the Algonquins of Ontario. Canada Lands Company, the Government of Canada, and the Algonquins of Ontario then negotiated a very successful participation agreement where the Algonquins of Ontario are participating and will continue to participate in consultation, commemoration of the Algonquin presence in the region, and economic participation in the project. So it's very much of a collaborative arrangement and a strong relationship we have with the Algonquins of Ontario, and we believe sets a positive example for other such agreements across Canada. This is a bit older air photo of the site, which shows the base in its heyday. It was very much a part of the community, and residents from around the base used to use the site. I've been contacted on numerous occasions from people across Canada who have strong recollections of their time and their childhood riding bikes, and many former residents of the base. So in many respects, this project will reconnect this very important piece of land with the existing fabric of the City of Ottawa. So in our commemoration, we will be acknowledging and celebrating the military history of the base, park names, street names, and also commemorative elements, public art, and so forth. So that program is on its way, and we will be implementing it as the development proceeds. I mentioned consultation with the Algonquins of Ontario. This is just a brief outline of the consultation we've conducted over the past 3 years with a variety of stakeholders. You can see the types of meetings broken down. So we've had everything from major public meetings with presentations and question and answer periods of attendance anywhere between 300 and 700 people, down to meetings in coffee shops and in neighbors' kitchens, discussing their concerns and ideas. And I have to say that there have been a number of excellent ideas generated through the public consultation. And for example, we've been able to discuss with neighbors on Foxview Crescent who have been concerned about their future views, what we believe are reasonable compromises in terms of building height in the community core. We've met with people in Manor Park who had been very concerned about the interprovincial bridge and continue to be concerned about traffic. But again, we're committed to that ongoing consultation. So this isn't just a period of consultation that we conducted in order to check a box for the purposes of municipal or other approvals. This is a commitment that we have to our neighbors to continue working with them. The proposed community design plan has a land use plan, which is really the main focus of the plan. I mentioned a community core. You can see that in the center of the plan, the sort of light red or sort of rust-colored blocks. These blocks are approximately 100 meters by 100 meters. These are large blocks for the purposes of multi-unit residential, office, retail, mixed-use development at mid-rise heights. And this is really the heart of the community, which we will be developing once there is a certain threshold of residential population established to be able to support retail, restaurants, and office uses in the core. We have two major parks, the southern one where the focus will be on recreation activities. The northern park will be more passive recreation. We've had excellent collaboration with the Parks Department and open space organizations such as Green Space Alliance. In fact, the tree inventory that we conducted at the outset of the process identified something like 150 significant specimens, and that formed the basis of our planning in terms of where we placed the parks and natural areas so that the vast majority, more than 90% of those important individual trees are located within open spaces, and many of them are protected in clusters or tree groupings, either within natural areas or within the city-dedicated parks. There's also a significant employment area on our eastern boundary, the blue rectangle. That is adjacent to the National Research Council, and we look forward to marketing that block as part of Phase 1B. So this time next year we should be marketing that for employment uses, and we're very excited about the synergies that could create with our neighbor to the east, the National Research Council, and we've been collaborating with them. The high-rise mixed-use area on the west part of the site, close to that stormwater pond, and I'll just indicate it here, is not very far from the Montfort Hospital, and we've had very positive discussions with the Montfort Hospital. You may know that the Montfort is a critical institution in the Francophone community in this part of Ottawa and in the region. And they are now at capacity in terms of the land area and building floor space they have, and in fact they are accommodating administrative personnel in what should be clinical space. So they are bursting at the seams and very interested in expanding. We're very interested in having hospital-related, or if the hospital is able to find the resources to grow their campus onto our lands, actual hospital uses. So either whether they're hospital-related or direct hospital jobs, there will be significant employment in that area. I think a big part of the sustainability of this community will be the blend of employment and residential, and a good example of that is employees of National Research Council and the Montfort Hospital, for example, keep raising the number one question that we've received in our public consultation, which is, when can I move in? So we look forward to this becoming a very vibrant community with that blend of residential and commercial, and of course the green and open spaces being a key part of the quality of life in the community. A large part of the focus in the identity of this community will be Canada Lands Company's investment in the public realm. That's not just the parks and open spaces, but it's also the public land which will be dedicated to the City of Ottawa in our road rights-of-way. We have elected to dedicate wider than usual rights-of-way, certainly for the collector roads and other significant roads within the community, not for wide carriageways or wide expanses of asphalt to accommodate automobiles, but rather to provide for very important green links amongst the open spaces. to provide for active modes of transportation, cycling, walking, and also to provide for transit service. We will be paying for advanced transit service to our very first phase of development to establish that transit ridership habit amongst the residents of the community. You can also see in this cross-section, just to the left of the OC Transpo bus, a bioswale. So we've been working hard with city departments on these innovative approaches to stormwater management, where we will have bioswales in the rights-of-way and on public land, as well as certain measures which we will be implementing on the private development sites. So there will be many different means of conserving water, so that in many respects the precipitation that lands in this site will continue to nurture the soils and the important trees. This is simply a rendering of the cross-section looking north along Cods Road at the in the area of the Center Park, as we're so far calling it. But it shows how these rights-of-way will play such an important part in the public realm, in the streetscape design, in the design of the buildings, and the connections to the open space. My final slide addresses our phasing. I spoke of the first phase, which is Phase 1A in the southern, southwestern part of the community. This is the low-density part of the community. Because the target number of residential units in this community is higher than suburban standards, we are accommodating mostly multi-unit residential development, but Phase 1A will include about 214 single detached, semi-detached, and townhouse units that we intend to actually register and sell to builders by the end of March 2016. Phase 1B is where we start the multi-unit development, four-story apartment buildings or stacked townhouses with one mixed-use block included in that phase. And Phase 2 proceeds to the west, and Phase 3, the last phase to be developed, will probably be commencing no sooner than about 10 years from now. The ultimate build-out of this community we project to be about 15 to 20 years. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your patience.
So just very quickly, what we are requesting of committee is to recommend approval of the community design plan, the master servicing study, the stormwater management.
Selma, can you speak a bit louder, please?
Stormwater management, low impact development project, and the official plan amendments. And just to describe those slightly, the first OPA removes the developing community overlay, which will allow development to proceed. The second makes a modification to Schedule C of Volume 1, and that's the schedule that illustrates cycling connections. So we're making a slight change based on the consultation. And the third adds a secondary plan to Volume 2A of the OP. The purpose of the secondary plan is to essentially lock in key land use and urban design components of the CDP as statutory. For CLC, next steps following adoption of the CDP, the supporting studies, and the OPA by Council would be to proceed to seek approvals for their plan of subdivision and zoning. And then just finally, again, we're requesting, or staff recommend, approval of the 4 items listed above. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll go to questions. I only have 2 people for questions right now because we have delegations. Do you want to ask your questions first? Sure. Okay, so Councillor Nussbaum first, and then Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much to Mr. Schultz and to staff for the presentation. As you know, we've worked closely together on this for the last number of months, and in my wrap-up comments, I'll talk a little bit about some of the important and positive lessons learned from that. But I want to just focus just right now on one question, which is related to transportation.
Don, you say the number one question people ask you is when can they move in? The number one question they ask me is what's going to happen to our transportation arteries? So a slightly different message. The CDP is premised on very ambitious transit and active transportation modal shares. Roughly about a 20% drop in the number of people who will drive their cars and about a 15% increase in the number of people who will take transit. Active transportation almost triples. Can you maybe speak a little bit to why it is that you're confident that this community will see these very helpful and ambitious modal share changes compared to the communities in the immediate vicinity? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I can address some of the initiatives, but I would also like to perhaps call on our transportation consultant, Mr. Jack, to provide part of the answer as well, if that's acceptable. A large part of transit ridership and the success of increasing ridership is making that ridership experience comfortable and safe and convenient. We have a lot of studies and data that show that that urban design itself contributes a great deal to the success of a positive transit experience for the rider and an efficient system. The transit system itself is proposed to essentially for this community to be at the outer end of a loop of transit service down to the future LRT stations at Saint Laurent Boulevard and Blair stations. That would be serving the first phases of development as Hemlock Road is opened on the site at some point during the development of Phase 2. So I would suggest beyond 5 years from now. Then OC Transpo has indicated that they would also be adding a route from our site down Hemlock and on to St. Patrick and ultimately to downtown. So we have gone to great lengths to make sure that the rights of way accommodate and support transit ridership. In terms of urban design, the number of residents in the community is designed to be transit supportive. I mean, there are many different definitions for transit-oriented, transit supportive. But simply because of the number of apartment, condominium, and townhouse units, these are the types of units that attract ridership on transit. Of course, people will have cars and there will be underground parking for the multi-unit buildings, but there are just going to be a lot more incentives in terms of the built form and the urban design for ridership. In terms of the modal share, I'll defer to Mr. Jack if he's in the audience.
Can we hold off on that, Mr. Jack? Only because we have... Thank you, Mr. Jack. Good action there. This is too much detail in advance of having the speakers come forward. So if you don't mind, Councillor, yeah, and so we'll go into that detail. Councillor Tierney had a question.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thanks, Don. You've done a tremendous job on this, and I just look back in the calendar. Back in October 2012, we started this discussion, and it's great to see it actually moving ahead. And being a stone's throw from my community on just in Rothwell area, just to reassure the community, there will be no through traffic cutting onto Blair Road. Is that correct?
Certainly, and Madam Chair, I'll make my response much quicker. I'm going to the phasing plan, which shows a connection to the NRC campus, but that's for buses only, bus
pedestrians and cyclists. So there will be no private automobile traffic cutting through the National Research Council campus from Blair Road. And in fact, we have plans within these rights-of-way that I showed you, particularly only 2 lanes of moving traffic, and stop signs at intersections and other various traffic calming measures. There's no question that it will take more time for someone who might want to cut through this community, say from Montreal Road and Burma Bathgate to Hemlock and Aviation. That travel time will be much longer than to stay on Montreal Road. So we don't want traffic cutting through this new community any more than our neighbors want to be affected by cut-through commuter traffic.
And I do appreciate that, and thank you. And I believe with discussions with Jean Bramer, the president of the local homeowners group in Rothwell, that was one of the discussions. So thank you for taking that so seriously. Also, just to clarify, when would the soonest time shovels would be in the ground for construction? Did you say 10 years? Was that correct?
I apologize. I should be clear in terms of construction schedule. I mentioned that Phase 3, we wouldn't expect Phase 3 to start building until perhaps 10 years from now. We intend to start grading and trenching for the deep utilities in a matter of months.
That's great. Okay, good. I want to make sure I had that right. I was like, 10 years seems a little long, because I also, too, get a lot of questions when this is going to be built and open, because I think we're seeing, and I share a lot of my colleagues' concern about traffic. We have CSIS and CSEC going in. But this does tie into it, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I know. I just want to get to the delegations, and then we can ask a lot more fulsome questions.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I think that you're going to have to shift over, perhaps, yeah. But I just wanted to mention that Dana Collins is also at the front here, so I didn't introduce him. So first up, we have the Honourable Morel Boulanger, Member of Parliament for Ottawa-Vanier. Welcome. Bienvenue.
Very much. First comment I'd want to make is to congratulate Canada Lands for having hired Mr. Don Schultz, who has done excellent work in listening and in trying to accommodate the comments he'd heard to the plan we're seeing today. One of my preoccupation for a long time has been that it's not just a bedroom community. And what's happened is some of the work that Mr. Schultz has done, I suggested he meet with the National Research Council and with MOFA, and we've grown from about 1,000 jobs to 2,500 now, and I'm hoping that it will continue to grow. So again, it's not just a bedroom community, which would congest all of the surrounding roads morning and afternoon. The other thing I've suggested, and he has agreed to meet with two. One was with the Ottawa Renewable Energy Co-op, the Solar Energy Co-op, and I believe that could lead to much more renewable energy being created on the premises. And the other one, he's agreed to meet with a little company located in Mr. Teeney's ward, Vertex, which could reduce substantially the amount of electricity used for air conditioning. So again, I'm congratulating Mr. Schultz for the work he's done. I have three more comments. One is I have conveyed, I've agreed to convey the concerns that the residents of Foxview have and other areas because of the horizon being blocked by the heights of buildings on the premises. And I'm wondering if it's possible to lower the heights of those buildings or perhaps to shift them a bit and therefore create more so that the residents of Foxview would not be hindered from seeing the horizon on a daily basis. The other one is I've had a discussion with some people about the fact that this is a fairly substantive development for Ottawa, and could it be possible for the city to impose some needs to have a higher internet capacity? Because as our society evolves, as technology evolves, that could be very instrumental for the benefit of the people residing there. The other comment is I was here last week for the 14th ceremony of honoring firemen, and I had a brief discussion with the new fire chief, who basically told me that it was unlikely that there would be a station on the Rockcliffe base. 2 years ago, I met with the then current chief and suggested that perhaps the city might want to consider imposing that there be sprinklers in every residential unit on the base to ensure the better safety of the people there, as Vancouver does, as you may know. I'm not sure that this is being considered yet, but I think it would be a very interesting venue for the city to demand that indeed it should be the case, again, to ensure higher safety of the individuals there. Final comments, I've often suggested that there be an acre set aside somewhere perhaps to build a sculpture park. That would be a very good way of honoring the Algonquin community and the Aboriginal communities of our nation. And finally, I would hope that we will see a veterans home built there for Aboriginal veterans, and I'm certainly willing to help that happen. Merci infiniment de l'opportunité de vous adresser la parole aujourd'hui.
Merci. Any questions de Monsieur Belanger? For staff? Anyone have any questions? Councillor Hubley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Mr. Belanger, I didn't get that last piece. What was the last thing you were asking for in there?
Well, there's a project to consider building a veterans' homes for Aboriginal veterans there. And
Aboriginal veterans?
Yeah. I certainly hope that would happen. Again, it would fit in very nicely with the comments we've heard about the intent to respect the Algonquin heritage of the site.
So, and have this built and then spread the cost over all the homes? And what were you...
No, this would be an initiative driven by the Aboriginal veterans themselves.
They're going to pay to build the home. And if we make it a requirement for the building of the home as part of the planning approval, as you're suggesting here, then the cost goes to the developer, who then divides it amongst all the homes.
Councillor,
I have not made that suggestion.
Ms. Baum has something on where you're going.
Just to provide a bit of clarity, so Multi-Faith Initiative has an active proposal into the federal government for funding support to purchase a piece of property that would ultimately be used for the benefit of veterans. Monsieur Belanger, I don't think it's Aboriginal veterans only. I think it's veterans a little bit broadly speaking. So they're seeking funding from the feds through a housing program, and that's how the funding envelope would actually work.
Thank you for that clarification. The other one I want to ask about was your first one. You suggested, not sure if you were suggesting creating a solar farm there, or are you looking at a wind farm, or a mix of both?
Solar.
Both?
Solar.
Just solar. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for coming out today. Is Al Crosby in the audience? Come forward. Mr. Crosby, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Al Crosby, and I've lived beside the former Rockcliffe Air Base for 37 years. I don't intend to repeat all the ideas I submitted for the community design plan in the next 5 minutes. I was really looking forward to a world-class showcase development for the city of Ottawa, a design that was not another typical development of urban sprawl, but a new vision of urban eco-design. I wanted to see something modern, something exciting, an outstanding design that all citizens could be proud of into the next century. What I will be presenting to you today, however, is my critique of our city's development planning process and the systemic problems associated with implementing new and innovative ideas from both the public and the developers. I know many councillors want input from the public on new ideas and ways to save money, but what happens to public input on development plans? It's my contention that public input is not analyzed and not assessed with respect to benefit cost analysis or innovation. During the Rockcliffe Public Advisory Group meetings, for example, many ideas and concerns were tabled. What happens is this. Any new ideas are assessed using out-of-date city standards and practices. Anything new is therefore rejected. This isn't a new problem. In 1978, when Ogilvie Road was being widened, I explained for 5 minutes why bike lanes were needed for environmental and safety reasons. A staff member told me that the city's traffic counters had not counted any bikes, so there would be no requirement for bike lanes. I questioned this logic by asking why roads were being built in new developments when no cars were counted there either. He simply said that bike lanes were premature, without any real rationale. I asked the committee chair, how is it possible for planning to be premature? And why can't public suggestions change arcane and obsolete practices and design standards with more progressive and environmentally friendly ideas? The chairperson pointed out that I was speaking to the Commissioner of Transportation, Mr. Michael Shefflin, who was an engineer and an expert in these matters. As an engineer myself, I can state that being an engineer does not make you an expert in innovation. This inability to analyze, assess, and integrate new ideas into our city's development planning process is a serious systemic problem. You can see this flaw with all facets of planning for this city's future. Thankfully, there are now bike lanes along Ogilvie Road, but waiting almost 40 years is a long time. I would therefore like to propose an innovative solution to this long-standing problem for your consideration. To properly plan major developments in this city, create a multidisciplinary team using existing staff resources from the old-fashioned siloed departments. This team would help both the public and the developer unravel complicated issues with better analysis and encourage new modern approaches to problems associated with compact urban living. This team needs to be trained to look at the integration and impacts of all the major development projects in the city. They must engage the public and the developers on solutions for clean energy, clean water, clean air, and a healthy environment. The team's mandate would be to serve and report to you by recommending needed changes to policies, regulations, and bylaws before they become obsolete and obstacles to progress. You need to recruit the most creative people from different departments within the city for only 2 years. This will ensure the team remains vibrant and avoids the common pitfall of falling into an unconscious routine. Most modern creative corporations do this already to avoid what is called the silo effect. I've put forward new ideas for the community design plan, such as above and below ground pedestrian walkways, geothermal heating and cooling, traffic circles, overhead gondolas linking the Rockcliffe Town Centre with the Gloucester Centre LRT station. But unfortunately, all these ideas just seem to be rejected for vague reasons, similar to my bike lane suggestion 37 years ago. Rather than press for these ideas, which will happen eventually in the years to come, I hope my idea of creating a small multidisciplinary team of strategic thinkers and planners using internal resources will allow all new, innovative ideas to take root with some real analysis. Listening to the public's ideas is one thing, but doing something with these ideas needs action. We still have an opportunity to position Ottawa internationally as an innovative and creative city by letting CLC try some innovative eco-design concepts. All I can say for sure is that nature will ultimately have the last word on the choices that we make for the future. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir, for being involved for all these years. Any questions? No? Thank you very much for coming out today.
Our next speaker is Dr. Susan Schaefer. Dr. Schaefer is the General Manager of the Rockcliffe Flying Club and Rockcliffe Airport Manager. Welcome.
Thank you for providing this opportunity to come forward. The property of the Rockcliffe Airport is owned by the Canadian Space and Aviation Museum Corporation. As of July 1st of this year, the Rockcliffe Flying Club, who has been on site at the airport since 1961, became the operational manager of the property with a 25-year lease and 2 5-year extensions. The airport has 3 issues that we want to make sure are considered in this property, and they have been discussed, and we want to make sure that we don't have any future problems with the residents. Noise is a major factor with the airport. It's a general aviation airport, and it's also a flight training school. The planes do cross over this property at 1,000 feet above ground level to make the approach for the landing. While the previous residents were all Air Force people who liked planes, that is not necessarily who is going to be living in the new property, and so noise is an issue for people. The birds are also a significant problem, safety problem for airports and for planes. The storm ponds are considered a great source of attraction for birds, and we want to ensure that a thorough needs assessment is done and proper mitigation is put in place to avoid hazards with the birds. The final issue is the height of the buildings, and we have been working with those. Right now, the airport functions under what are called visual flight rules, which means what you see. We've been working with NAV Canada to put in instrument flight rules. And this is a lengthy process. It takes over quite a bit of time to get it in place. And one of my concerns is that from what I understand, new aviation-related height restrictions cannot be imposed on any surrounding lands if they contravened an approved CDP. So we're in the middle of this process for the instrument flight rules, and we don't have confirmation that the building heights will meet what our needs are and what has been proposed and is still being worked on with NAV Canada. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, and good points that you've raised as the counselor to the Ottawa airport, and with 75% of the planes taking off and landing over Barrhaven. It's I know the challenges you're talking about. So that will be we'll undertake to address all of those concerns. Okay, and then who will be doing that?
Most of that will occur through the plan of subdivision, the zoning, and the site plan processes. Stormwater ponds for the master servicing are very high level, so again, they're going to get into detailed design through those other processes where you can really see, how deep they are, what the water levels are, all the details of the design. Same with noise. There are noise studies can be requested. I'm going to get my wording wrong. Restrictions on title, that's probably the wrong wording, but things essentially saying you're buying adjacent to an airport, this is an existing use, beware. So I think through those following processes that CLC has to go through, those things will be looked at.
And perhaps we can have a look at some of the initiatives that we're seeing, that we're following up on, and that will be going into effect with stormwater and how we handle it in the Building Better Smarter Suburbs. That could certainly alleviate a lot of what your concerns are as well. So thank you very much for coming out today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up we have Wallace Beaton. Wallace? Wallace is the Active and Safe Routes to School Coordinator. You have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I know some of you are familiar with me from my appearances at Transportation Committee. This is the first time I've been at Planning. It's a pleasure to be here. I work for Green Communities Canada as the Active and Safe Routes to School Program Manager here in the Ottawa area. And among other things, we've been implementing various activities to obviously to promote and strengthen active school travel across the city since 2010. My organization also awarded Ottawa its walk-friendly community designation back in 2013 at the silver level, and all of this work falls under our Canada Walks department, and we have a vision of Canada where everyone can enjoyably, easily, and safely walk to school, work, play, shopping, and transit. So that's really the hat I'm wearing here this morning. Overall, we're very pleased. We applaud really the applicant for placing such a strong emphasis on walkability, as well as cycling, transit-oriented development, and complete streets in keeping with the city's transportation master plan and its new complete streets policy. We feel that this development could serve, or this community design plan could serve as an example and a best practice for other developers in Ottawa. And I'd hasten to add that perhaps if we were awarding a walk-friendly designation just to this particular proposal, it would undoubtedly surpass the silver level for the city as a whole, perhaps a gold or a platinum award in this case. There are 3 school sites proposed for the development of particular interest to me, obviously, given our work, and really encouraged to see that with a couple of exceptions, the intent is to provide sidewalks on both sides of all roadways, including local streets. I think the only exceptions are where there are bioswales. And obviously the provision of an integrated cycling network as well. So from my perspective, with active school transportation, you're up front going to eliminate a lot of the barriers to active school travel that we tend to be trying to address after the fact in many of the other school communities that we're working with, and that's very encouraging. I mentioned Complete Streets. Our organization was one of the many community organizations that supported the adoption of a Complete Streets policy here in Ottawa, and I think this proposal goes beyond just a complete street to a complete community approach, which is really a critical part of walkability and a critical part of achieving some of those ambitious modal share targets that Canada Lands has set for the development. I don't want to get into the weeds, but I just did want to reiterate one concern we had raised in the community transportation study, and that was around the potential conversion of some of the intersections in the community to roundabouts. That potentially has a very significant impact in terms of active school travel, because currently the transportation authorities for both the English language and French language school boards in Ottawa automatically classify a roundabout as a hazard, and that would then make all of the children living within the community eligible for busing. So I realize that's getting perhaps down into the weeds this morning, but I just wanted to reiterate, particularly with staff here in the room, that is something we'd like to see that consideration taken off the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Beaton. Anyone have any questions? Well, Councillor Nussbaum?
Yeah, thank you very much for that contribution. Just a quick reaction to your last point. There have been changes to the various books and rules under the Highway Traffic Act that are changing the way we think about and prioritizing pedestrian crossings at roundabouts. I hope the school board is aware of that, because roundabouts have lots of benefits. I'm very sensitive to the idea that children need safe routes to their schools, but I don't think that alone is a reason to not necessarily have them, and it would be worth following up with the school boards and our transportation staff to talk about ways that we can solve those issues. So maybe we can take this offline, but I just think it's important to point out that there are solutions to get over those problems. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blais.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add to that, in the similar, so far, at least in the suburban communities where we've installed roundabouts around roads where, frankly, they should be designated hazards anyways. You know, we're on 4-lane highways, basically. And further, we just approved at Transportation Committee last week the new pedestrian crossings specifically for roundabouts. So, as the councillor mentioned, I think there are ways to address that particular concern while still encouraging both school children to walk to school, but also active pedestrian movement throughout the community all times of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming out. Fernand Bégin.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ça va être plus facile pour moi de vous adresser en français. Merci pour cette opportunité de pouvoir me présenter le point de vue d'un certain nombre de résidents sur Codds Road. Ces questions-là ont été soulevées lors d'assemblées à plusieurs reprises d'ailleurs, mais je comprends que le terrain propice à ça était vraiment les conseillers municipaux parce que ça concerne présentement la rue Codds, mais en dehors de la base militaire. En passant, je voudrais aussi féliciter M. Schultz et son équipe pour le travail qui a été fait. Et on demande, lorsqu'on écrit notre nom, si on veut présenter, êtes-vous en faveur ou contre? Je ne savais pas où ça le met, je suis en faveur, mais j'ai des revendications à faire. Alors, je n'ai pas coché, mais il reste que c'est un très beau plan et bravo pour le travail qui a été fait. Mes questions sont beaucoup plus terre à terre, c'est le cas de le dire, parce que ça concerne le sewage system. Sur Codds Road, à l'heure actuelle, on n'a pas accès au système d'égout et on n'a pas accès aussi à la ligne de gaz line. Certains résidents de Codds, qui sont de l'autre côté de la rue, en face de moi, peuvent avoir accès au gas line à partir de la rue qui est à l'arrière, donc du terrain arrière. Et on est environ, je pense, 4 à 5 maisons ou 6 maisons qui n'ont pas accès au système d'égout. Et tous, nous avons évidemment l'eau, les conduites d'eau. J'ai posé la question à plusieurs reprises dans les réunions précédentes, et puis parce qu'on réélargit la rue Codds de façon substantielle. Évidemment, on m'a assuré que ça ne sera pas aussi large en dehors de la base militaire, la rue Codds, qu'elle l'est présentement dans le plan proposé. Tant mieux, parce que je pense que ma maison disparaîtrait avec la largeur de la rue. Donc, la question qu'on a, que j'ai demandé à plusieurs reprises, c'était est-ce qu'on va avoir enfin cette possibilité d'avoir le système d'égout sur Codds Road? Oui? Sorry.
Merci beaucoup pour la commentaire. Étant donné que vous n'avez pas le droit de poser la question, moi, je vais poser la question à M. Schultz. Don, you heard the question. I know there have been lots of discussions around this issue. Perhaps you can just speak on the record about the progress you've made on assuring the residents of Codds Road that they'll have access to these two issues.
Je m'excuse. Certainement, nous pouvons garantir les services d'égout pour chaque maison qui n'ont pas de tels services à ce moment. Et aussi, c'est seulement la semaine passée que nous avons confirmé que chaque maison reçoit à ce moment le service d'eau. Donc, tous les services municipaux seront disponibles à chaque maison à Codds. One of the promises I've made to the community is that I would never make a promise I could not keep. And so I haven't been able to share a lot of information on sewer and water servicing until very recently when our engineers started getting into their detailed engineering design for the servicing, but I'm happy to confirm at this meeting that we will be able to provide all of those to the property line of each house that does not already have the service. It will be the responsibility of the homeowners to connect from their buildings to their property lines.
OK.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Merci. C'était une première question. La deuxième question, mais
En fait, il y a un problème. Vous n'avez pas vraiment le droit de poser la question. Alors peut-être après, on peut parler ensemble avec M. Schultz.
Je vais simplement m'exprimer comme si c'était questionnable et je laisse à chacun des conseillers de soulever la question.
Just ask, is there a little bit of time left in his... No.
No.
Non, je m'excuse, mais il reste aucun temps. Mais on peut parler après un peu avec M. Schultz.
Oui.
OK.
Parce que vous avez que 5 minutes, alors les 5 minutes vont passer.
C'est si long. C'est vite passé. Hein? OK, ben je vous remercie beaucoup.
Thank you.
OK.
Merci.
Merci.
Jacques Lejean. Oh, it's such a plaisir
C'est bien
to
gentil,
see you
madame.
back here.
Vous êtes bien gentil, madame. J'ai siégé, comme vous le savez peut-être, très, très longtemps au comité d'urbanisme de la ville d'Ottawa. Je pense que c'était le comité auquel j'avais siégé le plus souvent, pour moi. Et je ne peux pas vous dire que c'est un plaisir d'être avec vous ce matin, parce que je sais, de mon expérience, vous avez toutes mes sympathies. Donc, je vous encourage quand même, parce que c'est un important travail, mais je sais que ce n'est pas facile. Bon, la raison, the reason I wanted to come forward today is to, first of all, underline that this project, first comment is finally. Thank you. Thank you, Canada Lands, for finally moving forward on this. Historically, I was involved over 10 years ago, probably closer to 15, maybe between the two, 12 years at least, with the former management of Canada Lands. They were very keen to move on this. They were so keen that, in fact, they were starting to move on it even before they had actually acquired the site, which was a very unusual procedure that, in fact, had the approval of Treasury Board, but they went ahead. And the theme at the time was to have a particularly stellar, sustainable community. The government was fully on side with that. Canada Lands was fully on side with that. And it's my hope that this new community design plan will, in fact, be supportive of that. My impression is that it's a little less so than it was, but still I think this is, from the little perusal I've been able to give it, very good and certainly long awaited. The site I wanted to draw to the elected officials' attention is an absolute jewel in Ottawa. You won't have again the opportunity to direct or sway a development of this size. So that's the first part of the element of the fact that it's jewel. From this site, I know that certainly in off hours, off-peak, it's a 15-minute drive to Parliament Hill. That's how close to the core this is. This is a core community. I come back to the size. The population expected here, I'm guessing, I think the estimates are still between 10 and 12,000. We're talking about a village here. We're talking about a village the size of, let's say, Hawkesbury or something. And coming back to the sustainable development aspect of it, a village requires balance. It requires, as Marie Bélanger said, not just to be a bedroom community. It requires retail, and it requires employment. And perhaps I would echo his concern that perhaps the employment and retail balance needs to be hefted a bit more so that we have a truly sustainable package in the long term. It is a long-term project, built out 20, 25 years. Happy to see it's going to be starting next year, some construction. But it will take a long time to come to its full fruition, if you like. I'm happy to see that transit is playing such a role here, intended to, and I'm certainly supportive of that. The problem with this site has always been the transportation network aspect. We need to connect this site with frequent service, certainly to Blair Station, and some service to downtown, as was mentioned earlier, but I think the best thing that could be done is to have some frequent bus shuttle service to Blair Station where the light rail will service. Having said all of that, and in addition to, as an additional contribution to the transportation facet of this site, I'm going to say something that is probably going to seem a little outrageous to some of you and perhaps to some in the audience as well. There is something that's sort of blatantly obvious to anyone looking at this map, and that is that the northern boundary of the site is virtually touching the Sir Georges-Étienne-Cartier Parkway, what used to be called the Rockcliffe Parkway. You're almost on it. And why is there no direct connection to it? I know the answer, and I'm sure you probably do as well. But it's something that could be changed. The NCC has a policy that this parkway is a limited access parkway. But it doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions. Just to the west, there are at least 5 connections to the Rockcliffe community. There's one, I skipped over Manor Park, there's one to Manor Park community. Further west, there are at least 4 to the New Edinburgh community. There's one just north of this site going in the other direction to provide access to the Rockcliffe Flying Club, to the Rockcliffe Yacht Club that's there. And there are practical reasons for that. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, Madam Chair.
I almost said it. I had to stop myself.
My time is up.
Your time is up.
Fine. I just wanted to suggest that City Council engage with the NCC to change that policy, at least for this site. This is an aberration that such a development with that corridor currently only serves Blackburn Hamlet and a few residents coming in from Orleans. Blackburn Hamlet primarily. And the distance from there to Blackburn Hamlet is huge. There's nothing else. As a parkway, somehow it needs to connect. It's heavily used today, but that's what mass transit is for. Thank you so much for your tolerance.
Thank you for coming out on such an important issue, for sure. And thank you for your part that you've played in this all those many, many years ago. And I will make a commitment to you that I will certainly have that conversation with Dr. Christensen at the NCC. And I'm sure others around here will help me. But I do meet fairly regularly with him, so I certainly will. All right, I will. Thank you. So we have Philip Dominic and Magda Badrer. I think you're coming up together. And then followed by our last speaker is Dennis Jacobs. Welcome. Thank you. Can you turn on your mic, please? There's a button right there. Okay. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councillor Nussbaum. So we're both homeowners on Foxview Place. Our home is off the escarpment to the south side of the base, and our house is very close to Cods Road. We have benefited from a view of the horizon in the Gatineau Hills. It is part of the value of our home and the desirability of our home. So we are here to talk about our concern about building height. I was relieved to hear that the Rockcliffe Airport has the same concern. What we'd like to ask for, and we understand that there's no right to view in the city, we understand that, but we have been discussing with Canada Lands, and we both want to say here how we've appreciated the process with Canada Lands. We feel that it's been cooperative. They have assured us of at least maintaining partial view for us, and we appreciate that. But we would like to speak to council and say that, and to our councillor, that this is very important to us. I'd also like to say that the escarpment is part of the landscape in this area. It's quite prominent, it's treed, and we have appreciated that this will be, seems to be respected. We're a bit concerned with the possibility of public access to the escarpment, which would be it's a very sensitive area. It's treed, but erosion can happen very easily and can increase if there's traffic allowed on the escarpment. Presently, there's quite a bit of wildlife. In the wintertime, there's a group of deer that also lives on the escarpment and find refuge there. Okay, so one of the concerns we have is also the traffic along. We're afraid that the traffic off Montreal Road will want to go off Cods Road. Canada Lands has assured us that they'll put measures to slow traffic, but all of this traffic, I think it's very tempted when you're stuck in traffic on Montreal Road to want to take Cods Road. That's certainly my experience in the past when I lived in Beacon Hill South. And we no longer will have the opportunity of having the military police policing that road as previously was the case. So I'm going to hand things over to Meg.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I won't repeat everything that Philippe has said in terms of appreciation and with Canada Lands. I just want to make two suggestions with regard to the view again. Since the beginning, we've been opposed to any sort of obstruction of the view. We appreciate that there has been some consideration in our regard, and we're representing the 6 houses on Foxview Place that have the view of the Gatineau Hills. In the current plan right now, there's a suggestion of 50-50, so that at least 50% of those 6 blocks that we see, so 31 to 33, 35 to 37, and 40 to 42 would be no higher than 30 meters, and then the other 50% would be kept at 20 meters. So the suggestion, because I understand we can't ask a question, is the suggestion would be to flip, to consider flipping, so keeping 31 to 33 and 35 to 37 at the same place, and keeping those at 20 meters, and then to place the 30-meter buildings at 40 to 42. Okay, numbers 40 to 42, if there must be 30-meter buildings at all in this central area. Now, the justification...
Your 5 minutes are up, so...
Oh, okay, or 75% to 25%.
So, Councillor Nussbaum? Questions?
Yes, thank you very much for the comment. I'll say 2 things. The first is, I think issues about height and specific zoning are not actually the subject of our consideration this afternoon now. So we will have another opportunity to look at the specific zoning, and between now and when that happens, perhaps we can have a conversation, and I'm sure Mr. Schultz would want to be involved in that. But I will give Mr. Schultz an opportunity, if he wants to respond to the general question that was posed about
possible or examining height changes at this stage, or do you think we should take it offline and have that conversation afterwards? So I invite you to speak if you wish, or if you don't wish to, you can hold your time.
Madam Chairman, I'm happy to respond to the comments and questions, and again, I'll try to be brief. We did hear about the idea of essentially moving a couple of blocks from the community core to the east. And we did give it serious consideration, and I can actually say that we heard this comment at our at the city's June 25th public meeting on the subdivision from different people, including Monsieur Belanger. We had a hard look at it, and really one of the most important urban design and community building concepts in this plan is the viability of non-residential retail and commercial within the community core. And it's important to concentrate the mixed-use mid-rise residential development as close as possible to generate an amount of pedestrian traffic that will sustain those businesses. I have seen certain developments, for example, live-work zoning in some of the outlying communities. I believe there is one in Barrhaven where, unfortunately, because there isn't a critical threshold of population to sustain those sorts of businesses with residential above, there's still some empty storefronts, and we don't want that to happen. So we're very concerned about making sure that that core is highly concentrated. In terms of the building heights, we can certainly get into more detailed responses if Planning Committee wishes to pursue those lines of questioning. At this point, I'll just confirm that both the community design plan and the secondary plan have regulations that restrict building height for 50% of each of those blocks to be 20 meters, and only the other 50% attaining a maximum height of 30 meters. And so we have also worked with the residents of Foxview Crescent on aligning the 30-meter buildings in a sort of a north-south orientation within the core, so that those buildings pierce the horizon with very narrow building footprints, and so that there's adequate separation distance between those buildings, and so that it won't be a block of building height between those residents and that particular sector of their view horizon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. I thought Dennis Jacobs was the last speaker, but we have Peter Hyde that has also signed up now. So, no, Peter, it's going to be Dennis Jacobs first. Dennis Jacobs is coming first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee. I'm here for a couple of reasons. One, I was around in a former life when this started its planning process and the first community design plan was going forward, and I think it was fortuitous that the Algonquins put their hand up and got involved in the process at that point and set aside the original planning for this site and allowed Canada Lands to take a second crack at it with the team that they brought forward. I'm also, I was fortunate to be in my current life part of the development team on the consultation side, and I have to say that my role as Director of Planning here and the development of community design plans and the collaborative approach to developing community design plans, this was an opportunity to actually sit on the side of the people preparing the plans, and I think that this was a model for how consultation should take place and how a community should be involved in a process. Canada Lands, through Don Schultz and his team, really took to heart what was in the city's official plan and on how to speak with the people and communicate with the people. And I think that's why you have a plan before you today that is a very significant, likely as has been indicated, the most significant community design plan this will be dealt with. And it's here before you with very limited public outcry. Certainly there's people here to speak to you, but I think that's part of any planning process. So I'm really just here to congratulate the team and to hope that Planning Committee will move this on to its next level, because this plan is one that needs to get started, and I want to, again, extend my congratulations to the team and to the staff. Selma Hassan was instrumental in moving this process along. So thank you very much, and Godspeed on this process.
Thanks for coming again today, Dennis. Appreciate it. And now Mr. Hyde, Mr. Peter Hyde. Welcome. You want to talk about traffic?
Sorry, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to say I've followed this project since it was conceived, and I'm very pleased with the work the team has done. And I support the comments made by Messrs. Boulanger and others about modifications. But my concern is with traffic during construction. Now you think construction, that's pretty small stuff, right? But it's going to last 10 years, okay? And I don't know if you've appreciated, as I have, living where storm sewers have been being installed now for over 5 years, the amount of traffic. It's partly because of the employees don't take buses. They bring their vehicles and they park them on the street. Okay? Now,
you're talking about construction traffic? I mean,
we're talking about people working on
the construction.
Yeah.
No, they don't. You're right. They don't take buses.
And the problem is, where are they going to park? Now, my suggestion is that you designate a remote spot where all construction people will have to park and take a shuttle bus to the site. That would diminish the amount of traffic on Hemlock and other areas, plus the parking part of it, because they would be parking probably out there. And there's also the transmission of steam, various pieces of equipment that come through. If that could be regulated to a certain period of time when it's not rush hour, because we get lots of that in Rockcliffe and we don't have heavy traffic. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, sir, I just, as coming as a person from the #1 growth area since time was counted, and looking around at Councillor Blake, Councillor Hubley, Councillor Kadri, and Councillor Wilkinson, I can tell you that if you think it would take 10 years, if you started to put those kinds of things, it would take 35 years probably. And there are actually bylaws that allow construction during certain times, and I'll tell you the community around doesn't like it. All the time. Every day we hear about that. But I do thank you for coming out, and we've certainly heard you, and when we get to that point, and when is that point? Not for a while. This certainly will listen to what you've been saying, but I caution you, we're not going to be able to corral the construction industry into driving to a location and taking a shuttle. Well, I thank you very much for that. Thank you. Okay. So, Councillor Nussbaum has got a motion, a technical motion, that he is going to put before us. Does anyone besides Councillor Nussbaum want to speak to this very important community design plan? You have a question? Okay, then questions before, well, let's introduce your technical motion, then we'll go for questions to Councillor Wilkinson. You have questions, and back to Councillor Cheney for questions, and then Councillor Nussbaum.
The technical amendment is related to a mapping error.
I'll read it out. Whereas a mapping error resulted in an incomplete cycling connection being included in the mobility network, Schedule D of the secondary plan, therefore be it resolved that Schedule D of the secondary plan be amended to show a continuous multi-use pathway on Cobbs Road up to the secondary plan boundary, which is the southern property line of the former airbase.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I have been at some of the public meetings on this as well, because I've always been interested in urban development and I've been involved in it for a long time. And I actually, when I was in the Air Force, I was actually posted at Rockcliffe Airport for a while, so I know the area pretty well. I was interested in what you're doing on the buffers. I'm dealing with this issue now. I was looking at the edge, and it looks to me like where that at the south end, I guess it is a lot bottom of the map, where is that a pathway or whatever is that? It's hard to tell on these small maps. And how was that brought in, that how you're buffering to the existing communities, which is often a very important matter?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wilkinson. Yes, absolutely. We have been dealing with the adjacent residential communities on not only, as you might call them, buffers between their homes and the future homes to the north of them, but also a transition of height and density from south to north, so that the existing residents will be adjacent to future neighbors who will be in homes of a similar height and density to their own. So to the south of Phase 1A, I see, okay. It's showing up here. To the south of Phase 1A, between Phase 1A and the community of Fairhaven, there is a stand of trees, so essentially a natural area. This is not included in the parkland dedication, and in fact our neighbors to the south of us have indicated that, and with very good reason, that they do not want to have this become a publicly accessible corridor between the backyards of future neighbors and their own properties. Just by virtue of the nature of that strip of land and the trees, it's not highly visible and would not be an appropriate use in terms of public safety and nuisance concerns. So what we have planned here is one of our low-impact development stormwater management features, which is a 15-meter wide bioswale that will be designed for soil infiltration and to carry major stormwater events into the stormwater system and eventually into the pond on the west part of the site. That will not be publicly accessible. It will be accessible for City of Ottawa maintenance of the bioswale.
Who will own it?
It'll be city property.
So I was interested also in your swales, and there's something that we're very interested in moving towards is how you can control the groundwater without ponds necessarily always. And
I don't think we want to get into that level of detail at a community design plan.
How did you go about getting those into this? Is this something that you brought forward, or was it the city that brought it forward, or was it a combination?
Canada Lands brought it forward, and we found very readily a few internal champions within the administration who are very positive about these innovations and intend to implement them elsewhere. The city has already implemented such measures, is building the system along Main Street and has a plan for Stewart Street as well in Sandy Hill. So the city and the Ministry of Environment are definitely moving in this direction, and we're excited to be considered a pilot project and sort of getting ourselves out in front of the new regulations.
I would be interested in hearing how that goes. I'm on the Conservation Authority Board too, and I know they're also extremely interested in how that will be handled. So is there going to be information provided as a pilot that would be going out from this as you go forward?
I would expect that, yes, there will be public information available on not only the measures that we're constructing and implementing, but the performance of those and how well they do.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney, then Councillor Blais for questions.
Great, Madam Chair. I'll keep this brief. I think there's Montreal Road and Ogilvie Road in my community are seeing a lot more traffic these days. And Ogilvie, where there's more lanes on Ogilvie than there is on Montreal. I guess my question is, have we been working with city staff, as well as I know you have your transportation experts, to find out what the future plans are for Montreal Road? Because I do see an increase in traffic. I mean, it's just natural. There's also a great opportunity for bike lanes. There's a whole bunch of opportunities on Montreal Road, and I want to make sure we're working with staff. So I don't know if that's directed more towards transportation or to our own staff. Thanks.
Madam Chair, yeah, looking at Montreal Road and the future of Montreal Road would not have been something that would have been part and parcel of the CDP exercise. Clearly, it would have been looked at as part of the overall transportation analysis that would have been done by Mr. Jack for Canada Lands as part of that piece of work. Again, I'm not intimate with sort of what the plans are for Montreal Road, but that's something we can take a look at to see if there's anything specifically identified in the TMP specific to Montreal Road, and that's really where that information would be derived from.
And thank you for that. Maybe we'll just note that, because I know Blair obviously is in the TMP. In the future, we're thinking about that. But I think Montreal Road is one piece of the puzzle that really has to be there. Thank you.
Councillor Blais?
Thank you very much. My first, I guess, is a follow-up to the question from Councillor Wilkinson about the tree line on the south edge, and more specifically your answer. Why would the city maintain a public amenity space that is for private benefit only? How do you rationalize that?
Maybe I'll jump in. That is part of the stormwater management system, essentially. So it's stormwater infrastructure. So there's the wooded edge, but there's also, as Don described, the 15-meter corridor that is, I'll say, an integral part of the low-impact development pilot. So I believe that's public interest and public need to maintain.
But practice has been of late to, in stormwater facilities, build a pathway network adjacent to them, because they do provide an element of natural or semi-natural benefit to the neighboring community. So I appreciate the existing residents' desire for privacy, but again, why would we build public infrastructure maintained with public dollars that is limited and really to the benefit of a very small number of people who have backyards onto it?
Just add that in this case, there would be no pathway there
that's my point.
Public use.
No, I appreciate that's my point.
And mostly for safety reasons, because you would have very few opportunities from a safety perspective to look into that space. You've got the backyards, but it's quite a wide corridor, quite treed. The houses to the south are on a high ridge, so I guess we feel that it's not a very visible place, and hence not a place we particularly want to encourage people to go to.
How is that different than any other stormwater management pond in any other new subdivision we've built in the last 10 years?
Hopefully those are quite open and have an element of visibility around them. Granted, I don't know every storm pond in the city, but if it was quite a restricted view, I think we'd consider the design of that very carefully.
Sure, okay. So the CDP speaks to affordable housing. No specific location identified. Have you identified partners for that exercise, or how is that going to proceed?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Blais. Indeed, we have established partners, and through our public consultation process, we also met with a number of social housing and affordable housing agencies. And so around that table, there were a number of organizations that, quite honestly, I learned a lot from because of their expertise in this area. We are already in advance of our sales program, which is really the normal trigger for securing such sites. We're in advanced discussions with an organization that Councillor Nussbaum mentioned, the Multi-Faith Housing Initiative, which has promoted an idea for what they're calling Veterans House. And they have been very effective in promoting this idea, and I think one of the parts of their message, which I believe is incredibly powerful, is that since Canada Lands Company is going to be honoring and commemorating Canada's military legacy, what better way to do that than to honor veterans, especially veterans in need. So we are working with Multi-Faith Housing Initiative, providing advice and informal discussions. We obviously there are no guarantees before agreements of purchase and sale are signed, but we are trying to be as proactive as possible. And
excuse me, maybe I'm missing something, but why is Multi-Faith playing? Did you ask about Multi-Faith?
I asked about affordable housing. I was going to get to Multi-Faith, so I'm glad they're bringing it in.
If I could ask you to be shorter with your responses then, please.
Certainly.
And also, I have to go to the committee first and say, it's now 12:30. Do you want to break for lunch, or do you want to make an exception and continue on?
Well, it's
Carry on?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. We'd have to come back. That's why I'm asking, because we have the rule of 12, the 12:30 rule. That's why I'm asking. Okay, fine. Thank you. I just wanted the clarification on why we were talking about Multi-Faith. So back over to you.
Well, thank you. I think we're talking about multi-faith housing because there's 140 homeless veterans in Ottawa, and I think the Veterans House is an important and integral part of this community design plan. It would be a shame if it wasn't eventually included in this community. So I'm very glad to hear that those discussions are ongoing. And I would, unfortunately, Mr. Boulanger is no longer here, but I encourage the federal government to step up with the funding for that to get our veterans who have served our country off the streets. So thank you very much. I think that, as everyone has said, this is long overdue. It looks like it's going to be a very progressive new inner suburb, so to speak, for a village, mini village, as others have said. So thank you for your work, and very much looking forward to seeing how this will evolve over the next couple decades.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Hubley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question, if I may. I agree, it is, with Councillor Blais, it is a beautiful proposal. A lot of work has obviously gone into this. There was 2 points raised earlier by Mr. Boulanger about adding sprinklers to every house, which is not a city standard by any means. But did you do any research into that, or is this just dropped on you today?
I'll let Don give most of the response, but Fire Services has been very involved with the CDP, and they have mentioned that many times. It's not currently part of the Ontario Building Code, so essentially it would be up to Don and whoever the builders are to choose to do that, and hence I'll pass it to Don for perhaps a bit more detail.
Thank you for that question. Indeed, City of Ottawa Fire Services promoted this idea of sprinklers in single detached houses, which are not required by the building code. We are certainly interested in promoting that with builders who are interested in pursuing that. I can very honestly tell you that the community of builders in Ottawa is adamantly opposed to sprinklering in single detached houses. Certainly the statistics in terms of saving lives do not support that measure. They're extremely effective in multi-unit housing, and the building code requires them. So at this point in the process, we are certainly prepared to work with our builders and encourage them to do this, but we won't be requiring them.
Thank you. I think it's a fair question, but really it's a provincial regulation. I know that there's been a large group of people in Ontario that have been meeting for a number of years now with the ministry, and they have made adjustments where they believe they should be to cause the the system to be put into place. But they never have recommended, and people that I've talked to have been part of that group, on single-family homes and on less dense products. So I think that, you can have a conversation with the development community, but good luck with that, because it is a provincial regulation, and rightly so. Rightly so.
And that's why I bring it up, Madam Chair, is because I'm trying to ascertain if they did do any looking into that, what is that cost per unit? And exactly as the gentleman just said, the studies are showing that there is no increase in saving lives or anything. And so I'm wondering why our fire service would be out there recommending that for a development plan such as this when it's not supported by anybody else.
And that is the question.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not entirely related, more bigger question not related to this, because this is one application some point will be built, and maybe things will change by then. But certainly with all the work that's recently been done, it hasn't. Thank you. So unless somebody else wants to speak, I'm going to go to Councillor Nussbaum. Does anyone else want to speak? Other than before you speak, because I truly do want you to be the closer on this. I wanted to say thanks to the community. I mean, we saw 195 meetings. Were you at all of them, Mr. Schultz?
Yes.
You deserve a medal for that. 195 meetings, and I would suggest that as follow-up on what Mr. Jacobs was saying, it's likely that we don't have a large group of people out here today. But I also want to thank our city staff, because I know that Salma and Dana and your team under Mr. Smith and formerly, I guess, Ms. Snedden have done, and you too, Mr. Mizzi, have done a lot of work on this, and we really appreciate it. Clearly, the history shows how important it is to the city and how long it's been at the forefront. And finally, I wanted to thank Mr. Schultz and Canada Lands, because really, you've done a very thorough and amazing job, and I have only heard very good things about the work that you've all done, so thank you very much. Now over to you, Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, you've done a lot of the work that I don't know you need to do. No, it's perfect. Just to echo the thanks, I think we've got a very good example and maybe a best practice in how planning consultation can be done in our city. I think you're absolutely right, Chair, that the fact that we have a community that is appreciative of all of the engagement, even if they do have one or two outstanding issues that they want to address, is a real testament to the extraordinary outreach that was done. I only participated in maybe a dozen of those 200. I can't imagine how much work and patience it took on the part of Mr. Schultz. This is really a visionary document and a visionary opportunity. That's the positive thing. But I do think we have to be clear-eyed about the challenge, and the challenge is implementation, and our work is only just starting. And I think it's a challenge for three groups. It's a challenge for CLC to ensure that their very bold and ambitious vision is realized. It's a challenge for staff because CLC is asking staff to do things a bit differently. I do think it's also an opportunity, and some of the works that you're doing in the Building Better Suburbs work could actually be implemented and piloted in this neighborhood. So I think that's a wonderful opportunity to try and get some of the things we've been talking about implemented. It's also a challenge for council. We now have a CDP that has been the subject of 200 meetings. We have a CDP that has wide buy-in from the community, from the area, from everybody. I think it's going to be important for us to recognize and ensure that as specific applications come forward, we are defending and promoting this very ambitious vision to see whether we can do greenfields differently. 10,000 people is a lot. 100 people in per hectare is dense. In order for this to work, we do really need to ensure the transportation systems work. We have to make sure if we want people to take transit, if we want people to walk and bike, that we give the service and the networks in place to allow them to do that. So again, the work is just starting. I'm hopeful, and I want to thank all of the people who've been involved in that for coming up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well said. So, on the Community Design Plan, Master Servicing Study, and Official Plan Amendment for the former Canadian
Forces Base Rockcliffe. Is that carried? Carried. And we have a technical amendment. I should have said that first. Does the technical amendment carry? So then is the item report as amended carried? Carried? Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody, for coming out today. And thank you, Mr. Willis. I didn't see you before. Welcome. You heard about my conversation about meeting with yourself and Mr. Christensen. We'll chat. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is the updated protocol for wildlife protection during construction, and our... No, I didn't say that. I didn't ask you that. I said we're going to continue on. This is the last item. We're not having... We have one speaker? One speaker? We're not having a presentation? Yeah, that's fine. We're not breaking yet. I gave you the chance 10 minutes ago, okay, and you lost it. Okay, all right? I know that Councillor Wilkinson has questions. That's why she's here today. So we have Amy McPherson. Hi, Amy. Marika Clark. Hi, thank you. And John Smith. Okay, we're not having a presentation. We do have a speaker. Okay, so with your indulgence, before we get into questions, I think it'd be good to hear from Donna Dubray. Donna is the president of Ottawa Carleton Wildlife. Hi. Come on up. I think you've been sitting there patiently long enough.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
I think you're going to have to pull that mic or pull your chair closer to the mic.
Okay. Better? Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment today. First of all, I want to say I think the recommendations in the protocol, the wildlife construction protocol, are really good ones. However, as a stakeholder organization, our centre is both frustrated and disappointed that the key implementation aspect, or tool if you like, has not been included, or that was in the draft protocol has been eliminated. The removal of the requirement for developers to submit a wildlife mitigation plan and construction site management plan will, in our estimation, substantially eliminate the most effective means to reduce direct harm to wildlife during construction. Also, without any clear means to implement the other good recommendations within the protocol, it will mean that homeowners will continue to bear the cost of conflicts with wildlife in areas of new development. A wildlife construction protocol was first approved by regional government 15 years ago for this very reason, to help reduce conflict between homeowners and wildlife. It was not implemented at that time, given that amalgamation occurred that year. In 2013, Ottawa City Council approved a wildlife strategy that was centered on wildlife-sensitive planning, and in which the wildlife construction protocol was listed as a priority. Having an effective wildlife construction protocol will therefore be the first important test of the city's commitment to wildlife-sensitive planning. However, we believe the city will fail this test unless the following recommendations are addressed. The first is follow up on establishing the position for a wildlife resources officer. It's disappointing the protocol has been watered down, but I think the one true hope is that the positive recommendations within the protocol are put into practice, and that will require the establishment of the wildlife resources officer position. This position was one of the priority items in the wildlife strategy approved in 2013, but deferred to this current term of council. The Wildlife Resources Officer will be key to working with the development industry to ensure best practices and recommendations within the protocol are encouraged, cooperatively developed, and adhered to. Within the recommendations, the goal of avoiding the most sensitive times of the year for the initial, and I want to underscore initial, that's what we're talking about, clearing of a site when the greatest harm is done to wildlife, particularly in large areas where wildlife is wildlife habitat, will be an important element in a successful protocol. It is an aspect that will continue to get public attention, as people will not accept that living creatures which feel pain and suffering are not accorded at least the same degree of protection as trees receive under the City of Ottawa's Tree Conservation Guideline. The initial stripping, digging, moving of earth, and felling of trees in large natural areas should not be an intentional death sentence for animals that reside there. The other priority in our estimation in the wildlife construction protocol is to ensure that educational materials are provided for new homeowners and abutting neighbors. It is not only wildlife that suffer when there is a lack of wildlife planning, but homeowners pay a high price in dealing with the resulting wildlife conflicts, including expensive animal removal, damage repair costs, and having to deal with orphaned young wildlife when inappropriate actions are unwittingly taken. Another aspect that I think is really important is that to ensure that there's a fair and transparent process. According to the city, the majority of the 106 submissions that were received as part of the public consultation were in support of the protocol. So I ask then, why is the protocol so significantly altered with respect to its implementation? Stakeholders were assured that all submissions, both in support and opposed, along with staff comment, would form part of the report going to committee, similar to that which was done with the Wildlife Strategies report in 2013. It included all written submissions and staff comments in a 70-plus page public consultation summary. The report being tabled here today does not include any submissions and provides only a page and a half of the thinnest of comments with a statement, a very simple statement, in quotes, as a result of the feedback received, the draft protocol was revised. Members of this committee should be asking to see that feedback. This information should also be made public. Unfortunately, the revised program will appear to those Ottawa residents that took the time to respond to the public consultation that it was a bait-and-switch exercise. Furthermore, the lack of fairness and transparency in reporting on the consultation will deter people from engagement with the city. In summary, I'd like to say that after 15 years since it was first proposed, we urge the city to move forward with a wildlife construction protocol that is more than just nice words. The need is for action. Thank you very much.
I already have a list. Thank you. Councillor Cheney. Well, actually, there was kind of a rush between four of you, so I just put you and then Kadri Leeper and then Wilkinson.
Great. Thanks for coming out, Donna, and we've worked together in the past on other things, so I appreciate you coming out. I guess my question around this is, first of all, this is about construction and new developments primarily, but I have in established communities, we have lots of issues, and you're the guys that, my constituents are calling when they have raccoons under their porch or things like that. Will this construction protocol help decrease some of those numbers because of raccoons or whatever you're having to deal with coming in? Because I find that a lot of the times you guys you're full all the time, and you have limits of how many animals that you can assist or keep care of. Will this actually help us in any way?
To be frank, I don't believe so. I think this is a very targeted, protocol that's going to really affect wildlife being displaced. But in addition, though, it will definitely help people in new residents and residents who are already living in close-by areas to be able to deal with wildlife problems in a way that doesn't create more demand.
Okay, that's great. And what is your cap right now? I think it's like 100 or something, right, with the raccoons?
We do not do wildlife rehabilitation at all anymore. We haven't, in fact, for the last decade. What our center does now is education, public education, working with communities in terms of dealing with wildlife conflicts and how to resolve those, and also working with not only municipalities like Ottawa, but we're working with other cities in terms of developing progressive protocols to deal with wildlife issues.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Donna.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kadri, and then Councillor Leeper, then Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just a question of you, are we addressing our comments and questions to staff? Or just
Actually, this is what I should say. Anybody have any questions of Ms. Dubray? If you do, okay. If you don't, then we'll go to you just for questions of Ms. Dubray, and then we'll go back to you for questions of staff.
Yeah, I do have one question
Okay.
of Ms. Dubray. Thank you again for coming, Ms. Dubray, today. And as my colleague mentioned, we've worked together on different files over the last couple of years. Having said that, it says on report page number 4, and I quote from the report, all feedback was considered with follow-up discussions held between staff and stakeholders to respond to their comments and concern. A revised draft was developed and circulated to stakeholders for their review in June 2015. Were you privy to all of that discussion?
I received a copy, yes, as one of the stakeholders, but I guess my point is that a lot of the people who participated during the public consultation process have not had, and nor does the report that's before you today provide any of that feedback.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bray, for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kadri. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Mr. Bray. Taking a look at the removal of the condition that the developers put forward a mitigation strategy in their plans, so that it will now be up to staff to ensure that there are the conditions of approval. What are your concerns about the process moving forward with respect to achieving some positive outcomes when the onus is changed from the developer to staff? Can you just unpack that a bit for me, please?
Yeah, I think our primary concern is that simply there just will not be this resources on staff's side to be able to accommodate that. And that was one of the reasons why in the wildlife strategy, which is really kind of the umbrella, if you like, for a lot of wildlife issues, that it was proposed that there be a wildlife resources officer created.
Yep. And the wildlife, it's a question of accountability, I think, in your mind.
It's a question of accountability, yes, and a question of time. I think if it's going to be only a best practices document as opposed to a requirement in terms of mitigation plan, then I think it's going to require someone to work with the development community. And I see that as a very positive opportunity to be developing some of these protocols or putting in place some of these protocols.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Do you have questions for the delegation? Great. Seeing no further questions around the table, thank you very much, Donna, for coming in today. So now we'll go back to the list of questions for staff. First up, we have Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just a couple of comments to staff and questions. As you're aware, Mr. Bryce did submit some questions over to my office and maybe possibly other council colleagues, and I did receive some responses from staff. One of the questions was about the wildlife resource officer that Mr. Bray was talking about or speaking about as to the back in 2013, 2014, there was a commitment made, or the possible commitment made for this term of council to hire that resource officer. Just a comment from you and the staff on that resource officer. What were the responsibilities going forward for that resource officer, and what were the roles and responsibilities?
Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. The Wildlife Resource Officer was a recommendation through the Wildlife Strategy, as you know, but it was intended to be a corporate resource for all our different departments to use. Planning and Growth Management has 2 environmental planners on staff who are always an interface between the development industry and approvals that are going on in development review and the processes that have to happen from our side as well, from a policy perspective, to bring in those environmental considerations and the studies that have to happen. They vet these, and conditions are then integrated into different subdivisions and site plan approvals. So the site, the larger wildlife resource officer role would be more to help with species at risk kind of applications for different departments that might have
maybe building a bridge or roadways or something's going on along the river, and they have to do special studies that way. That was the larger component of that role.
So it was a much broader role for that particular individual going forward, more than just the fact that he or she would be focusing on the wildlife strategy.
I'm sorry, say again?
So the role for that individual, if and when he or she comes on board, was more of a wider perspective on city policies and city concerns rather than just singly responsible for the wildlife strategy itself.
This person would be doing the other components of the wildlife strategy to implement those pieces. One of the outcomes of that was to propose the wildlife protocol. It's a policy piece, so certainly we are taking on that component of it. But they were never intended to be an interface between development review, different applications, subdivisions, all those more technical details. It's certainly more of a larger corporate function.
Thank you for that. Now, just a comment that I read to Mr. Bray earlier about the stakeholders for their review. The documents were presented back to them, and they did have an opportunity to review. Was that document, and I asked Mr. Bray about that, was that presented to Mr. Bray also in terms of her overall impression of the document going in?
Through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Councillor, do you mean were the stakeholders provided with the feedback received from the public and other stakeholders? That information was not shared. What was shared with the stakeholders was the revised draft protocol itself, and I personally followed up with the stakeholders where necessary to ensure that their concerns with the original draft would be addressed by the new revised version of the protocol. I explained some of the changes we were making, and we certainly did discuss that there might be some new concerns raised on some stakeholders' behalf about the changes that were being made. But that consultation was purely on the draft protocol, not on the, we were not sharing the feedback among the stakeholders at that point. It was certainly taken into account, though, all of the submissions we received in our deliberations.
And you did say in the report that you had received 106 submissions from different partners in the community.
There were 106 submissions received from members of the public. That is above and beyond the stakeholder agencies that were engaged.
In terms of on the report again, on page 6, it mentions city needs to adopt a site alteration bylaw. Okay, that was one of the comments that was received. Two questions to either one of you, including Mr. Smith. Currently, on construction sites, especially as Councillor Tierney mentioned about greenfield development, is there a protocol from the city to look after that concern that was expressed?
Madam Chair, the development of a site alteration bylaw is an item that is on the department's work program, which we approved back in July, and that is, I mean, we're starting to do preliminary work on that, so that's something that we will be bringing forward in short order for consideration by committee and council.
The final question on the construction protocol guidelines is it says again that, as Mr. Bray mentioned, that it's just a suggestion per se, and it's not something that's enforceable. My question to staff on that basis is the fact that when we had the meeting, you mentioned something about the best standard practices that were incorporated into this protocol. Is that the fact on this protocol? So in other words, some of those standards already exist, and we need to follow them, but we cannot enforce that follow-through with builders and developers.
Through you, Madam Chair. The protocol recognizes cases where there may be regulations applied at the provincial or federal level, so it provides a bit of a heads up to proponents that there may be other agencies that they need to contact, other pieces of legislation that need to be followed. those items, the Endangered Species Act, the Migratory Birds Convention Act, those sorts of things, the city does not enforce those, but we do certainly alert applicants through the development review process to cases where we believe it may apply to them. The parts that the city would be enforcing are the best practices, which the intent of this document is to provide a common resource for staff, the industry, to use in the development of mitigation measures for particular sites. Those measures will be developed as part of either the environmental impact statement or the tree conservation report for the site. And at that point, they will be developed further into conditions of approval. And at that point, when we are dealing with conditions of approval, the city is able to take action to enforce those. Once developers have agreed to conditions, then that's what they are. It's a legal agreement. We also have the Urban Tree Conservation Bylaw. As Donna noted, that bylaw does allow us to regulate the removal of trees in the urban area, and through a tree conservation report avenue in cases where there isn't an environmental impact statement required, for example, where it's only a tree conservation report required, we can use the bylaw and the conditions for the tree permit for the removal of those trees to apply the conditions that are agreed to. So we do have methods to enforce the implementation of best practices on a site.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
That was a good question. I was listening to Ms. McPherson talking about the job of the federal government and job of the provincial government, and whose job is it to make sure that they undertake restrictions and guidelines, et cetera, that they have? Is it not them?
Madam Chair, that's the responsibility of the developer. There's a legislation that's out there, which is either provincial or federal legislation. There's regulations attached to it, and so there's an obligation and a requirement for those legislative parameters to be respected and adhered to. The developers will retain consultants, and those consultants effectively would be involved in making sure that those legislative requirements, in fact, are met. So that's all part and parcel of the development process. That's right.
All the standards, then. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kadri. I'm over to Councillor Leeper, then Councillor Wilkinson.
And forgive me, yeah, everything's beeping. What's going on?
That was my phone.
What's going on?
We need to be done.
Yeah, I want to ask again about the Wildlife Resources Officer. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell from the previous discussion. Is that a request that you are making through the budget process?
No, actually, it was defeated in the last year or term? Term.
I think defeated or deferred to this term?
Defeated.
Yeah,
it was eliminated.
Deferred.
It wasn't supported.
Okay.
So to answer your question, if that's where you're going, then that person would have to be added to the budget.
Right. And is that an active discussion right now? Is there a proposal from PGM?
They're not proposing it. So that, if you want to do that during budget, that will be up to you.
Yep. No, that's the question I had. And I just want to echo as well the concerns that were raised by Ms. Dubois with respect to the level of detail in the planning report on dealing with the concerns that were raised by the stakeholders through this process. It's very difficult for a member of the public, especially, to get an idea of how this document evolved through the course of the discussions around it. When I take a look at the stakeholder responses or responses provided to stakeholders in the Canada Lands Development document that we just saw with respect to the CDP, page upon page of very specific concerns that were raised by stakeholders with very specific responses to those. In this document, I don't know, taking a look at it fresh, where it began and how we ended up where we are. I would love to see more detail in documents like these moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very, very, very important document in my area. We're about to blow up about 1,000 acres of national environment area that is full of wildlife. And I'm very concerned about this. The protocol is great, what's written, but it's the implementation that is the big concern. First, we need a wildlife expert in this staff. We have a staff of 15,000 or more people, and we don't have one wildlife expert on. We have some very good wildlife planners who are struggling to keep up on the job. But we have how many forestry people and things like that. So for this committee to bring this forward without recommending that we have the expertise on staff, and it's one person we're talking about, then I think that's a very derogatory. And I'm going to be raising this later, not today, but we do need to move forward on that, because I don't know if you, most of you have never been out to the South March Highlands, but some of you have. And that is, we are going to be having some subdivisions registered there very, very soon. And I want to have conditions in those that are going to implement this protocol, because that's what it's all about. I already have, when in my office a couple weeks ago, we had a nice little coyote run right by towards the Old of March High School. We have them all the time in our community because we're near the natural environment areas. The community accepts them, but they don't want to have hordes coming out, and they're worried about what will happen. And we've seen when they do work, a deer standing where they used to have their nesting area looking very peculiar and upset. So this is an important document. The questions that I have on it is really mostly on the implementation. I looked at your last slide that you didn't see, had 4 things on that staff are going to do in the future. Publish them in both languages. That's okay, right? Revise EIS TCR guidelines. When are these going to get done? Because these are going to be very important documents that are done with new plans coming forward. And if you recall, I had a motion passed by Council last term that in a multi-phase development, at each phase they have to do a new EIS. And so there are going to be incoming ones that way. So if we're going to have new guidelines that bring in this, I would like to know when that's going to happen. I'll run through this all first, and then notify stakeholders. That's okay. Then implement the protocol, and that's the most important one, because the implementation is not clearly set out here. And what I really want, Madam Chair, is to have a direction to staff, not today, but to bring back how they intend to implement the protocol to make certain that, particularly in areas where we know there are a lot of natural environment issues, and there's a number of these across various parts of the city, that we have those in place before the work starts. Because I can imagine, I get a lot of blasting going on and various other things that's very the people complain about it, but the animals don't really complain to me, but we find their carcasses. And so it's really important this to be done fairly quickly, because these developments are about to start. And I am going to be, I've asked to review the conditions of those subdivisions to make sure issues are in there that will be protection to the environment as it goes ahead, not stopping the development, but making sure the development occurs in a way that takes into account things like this protocol. So the question is, can we get that fairly quickly done? And can we get the EIS things done fairly quickly so we have some sort of an idea of how the city is going to do it? Because we don't know that yet.
I'm going to ask, well, Mr. Smith, do you want to answer for that? I was going to ask Mr. Mizzi, or both of you.
Madam Chair, obviously this kind of protocol follows many of the other kinds of conditional matters that we apply to any of our approvals processes. So certainly applicants will be required through conditions to implement this protocol. I mean, that's part of our normal processes with following these kinds of new initiatives.
But just to follow up, if I could, on that, these subdivisions were approved by Council in 2003, before I was even here. Things have changed drastically since then, and they're having to deal with the endangered species and those things. But that's not a new application. We have to be able to take it. It's not finalized yet. It's still in draft. And you can add new conditions when it's in draft. And I'd like to know how, in ones that are in draft plan at this point, we'll have conditions put in to make sure that a protocol is followed as development proceeds.
If you don't have that answer today, you can discuss it and
I think it's a very important part of the whole
Councillor Wilkinson prior to Council.
Yeah, and that's the implementation will be those that are draft approved now, how you do that, and then how you do the new applications coming in is the secondary one.
Okay, as you know, we have several people in acting roles here, so when this this whole item started, it was Ms. Sneddon who was in charge of it, so I'll go over to her because I think she has something to add.
Yeah, I let her know. I've already spoken to her a bit about this.
Madam Chair, just want to confirm that, in fact, to the councillor's point about making sure there's implementation within the conditions within the subdivision agreements, Mr. Herwar has actually confirmed in the particular one that you're referring to, it does already state the developer needs to comply with the wildlife protocol. So we're already set. It's, that's correct.
What did you say, Councillor Wilkinson, when you weren't facing the mic?
That they have to, in 2003, they're told they had to abide by the protocol, but this has been an updated one now, so, and they've just confirmed that they will have to follow this one. The difficulty is, of course, to have the staff to help them to know how to do this. This is not easy stuff to do.
Help who do it? The developing industry?
Has to do follow.
Well, they're going to have to comply, and so they'll have to be at their expense.
They have to apply, but they have to also know how to go about setting it up so that they do apply.
They likely know more than many of us do. Mr. Mizzi, how will your staff handle that?
Madam Chair, certainly if there's any guidance needed by any applicant on this matter, Marika is the program manager of the Land Use and Natural Systems Group. We do have approximately 12 people that have expertise in the environmental or biology area, and certainly our development review staff that are processing these applications can always rely on them for guidance and assistance in helping to implement this type of initiative.
Fine. No.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, and I'll keep an eye on it as well.
Yeah. And we know you will. I mean, some of your land was urban back in the 1970s. Yes, that's one of the things, too, as these things evolve, and as we're not the regulators of this, and so as the province makes changes, whether it's on bird or tree habitat or animals or whatever, it's our job to make sure that we put it into our way of doing
Madam
business.
Chair, we are the regulator of the protocol. There are provincial things as well, but the actual how they move the animals out, that's the one I'm most concerned about.
Okay. How they move the animals out. Okay, so before council comes, and we talk about this at council, I want some discussion from staff. So think about this one, about the urban boundary and how land that's in the urban boundary, and how that comes, and should there be, once it's in the urban boundary, what does that mean? Is it land for development? I would say yes, it is. So I think that there's probably more layers here that, if you wish, give some more detail on. Are we going back to you now, Councillor Leeper? I've kind of lost track here. I didn't have you at all. So you're finished? You want to come on again? And Councillor Brockington wants to, and he hasn't had a turn yet. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to understand what tasks a wildlife resource officer would undertake that the planning department doesn't already do.
Madam Chair, I think as Ms. Clark indicated, the Wildlife Resources Officer was a corporate position that would be looking after advancing sort of the wildlife strategy as approved by Council previously. With respect to the activities related to the development industry as it relates to construction, that's something that is managed through our department, so there would be no real role for this protocol officer or for the wildlife conservation officer. In fact, we have staff in-house who would in fact be much closer to these types of initiatives, reviewing the environmental impact studies, reviewing the tree conservation reports, assisting in setting up the conditions that are included as part of subdivisions or site plans to ensure that the expectations and the directions that are provided for through the guidelines would in fact be implemented and dealt with as construction progressed on those projects. So in terms of a specific relationship to PGM, not as much with other departments, probably more so, but we do have the in-house expertise, and we are the experts with respect to development reviews and approvals.
Thank you. I just wanted to flag that if members were interested in pursuing this at budget time or at any other time, we really need to have an understanding of what would be the expected tasks of this position versus what is already being done, and just have that sort of cost-benefit analysis going forward. My other question is regarding comment made about, or criticism about this being a guideline as opposed to a mitigation, a firm mitigation plan that would be a requirement of the developers. And I was just wanted to know through staff that there is I believe, a legitimate concern that a guideline is simply that, a guideline, and that I had heard something about, we sign a contract, there are certain components of that contract that must be abided by, but at the end of the day, what happens if they aren't? What happens if developer decides not to follow the guideline? What are those ramifications?
Again, I think as Ms. McPherson had indicated earlier, this protocol is an update of the old regional protocol. It picks up and incorporates what are now known as sort of best practices in how you deal with wildlife protection during construction. It pulls all of the pieces together that previously were sort of living in different arenas and under different umbrellas, so that in fact there's a comprehensive frame of reference. The whole responsibility for doing this really rests with the developer, and when they come in for approval on a development application, be it a subdivision or be it a site plan, virtually all of these require either an environmental impact study or a tree conservation report, and it's within those two vehicles that we would identify, specific to the project and the conditions associated with that site, what are the needs that would need to be accommodated and addressed, and those would then be spelled out as conditions in the approval. When you have a subdivision agreement and you have a site plan agreement, those conditions that are attached to those agreements, in fact, are able to be enforced. They are legal agreements, legal documents, and that's the means by which we would use to ensure that, in fact, the expectations that are identified through those studies that are translated into conditions, in fact, are being implemented as a project proceeds and goes forward. The challenge in terms of using a document like this as setting out a new set of regulations is there's so many different scenarios that you can run into on any development application, and those really need to be defined specific to the project in the case at hand. The protocol really, I think, is a significant improvement over where we were in terms of pulling all of the things together and actually setting out an appropriate standard that really we should be looking to try to achieve that reflects best practices.
Councillor Kadri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one final comment on the aspect about the adoption of a site alteration bylaw that Mr. Smith made a comment that the city is working on. This item is going to council not tomorrow, but the next council meeting. Is there any possibility of us receiving some kind of an update written even before that council meeting on that particular aspect that some of the stakeholders had asked for about the site alteration bylaw?
Yes, we can provide an update on the status of moving forward with that project, yes.
Thank you, Mr.
What did you just say? Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Advise on the status of moving forward with the site alteration bylaw project.
And also, as the regulator changes regulations, we have to, as that happens, adjust our protocol on an ongoing basis, don't we? Just yes or no?
Yes, as with any guidelines, you want to reflect and make it as relevant.
So so we do that without having a special person in a position. By the way, there is a definition for what that person would be from the previous term if you would like to see what it is. Okay? Remembering that likely somebody else will be, of the people that they're talking about. Anyway. No, sorry, not you. No, sorry. I've got to go back to Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kadri, you asked your question. Councillor Leeper, and then Councillor Wilkinson, then wrap it up.
This will be my last question, Chair. With respect to the conditions of site plan approval and enforcement, one of the frustrations that we're experiencing in my ward right now is the difficulty in enforcing the distinctive tree bylaw, enforcing the conditions of site approval around tree preservation and some of the mitigation that's supposed to be in place when people are doing construction in order to try to preserve trees that are supposed to be preserved. What barriers do you see moving forward with respect to trying to enforce conditions of site approval related to wildlife? Is that going to be relatively easy for us to enforce, or do you anticipate that we're going to run into difficulties with the various different levels of courts asking us for graduated response, et cetera, where oftentimes by the time our bylaw officers get out there, the damage has been done and it's really difficult for us to find people? How are we going to enforce this? We're having difficulty with respect to trees, and I guess I'm skeptical that we're going to be able to do much better with wildlife.
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if Mr. Mark might be able to offer a comment or thoughts on that enforceability of site plan conditions as it relates to requirements dealing with implementation of wildlife construction protocol matters.
If you'd rather Mr. Mizzi answers it, it's up to you.
Well, Madam Chair, I'll start off, and I think Mr. Mizzi can run from there, because the concerns raised by the councillor are indeed the practical concerns of having somebody in place at the time. The question of enforcement is always being able to gather the evidence in order to move forward with the necessary measures, and having a staff person available to respond to a complaint is something that perhaps Mr. Mizzi can speak to.
Madam Chair, I guess a way of answering this is that it's important to remember this is a protocol. It's meant to provide guidance or a framework for those that are undertaking development to be cognizant or mindful of the impacts of preparing land for development on animals. There isn't an outline in the protocol of enforcement or how we're going to handle enforcement, because it isn't like a piece of legislation that has an enforcement mechanism to it. It is a protocol. It's a guideline at this stage. If legislative requirements change with time, we'll adapt and change our protocol or enhance it or strengthen it accordingly. But right now, it's important to keep in mind where this protocol sits in the spectrum of requirements.
That leaves a second question. If it's in a condition of subdivision approval, they must follow the protocol, do you not then have the ability to enforce it?
Madam Chair, when we approve site plan and we enter into agreements, there are a number of conditions that are put in those agreements that are enforceable. But there's also many clauses or conditions in agreements that are advisory or for pieces of information that are not necessarily clauses that are enforced.
You must follow the wildlife protocol. Can we then enforce that? That's in there now.
Let's have an example, Councillor Wilkinson. Remember the Bruce McNabb bridges in Stonebridge and how long we delayed that because of the protocol, because as it related to the barn swallows that were not even there, but we ended up holding that up for, at least 6 months.
But that's provincial endangered species.
Well, that's what we're talking about, really, those regulations that come in that we insert into our protocol that stops construction. They react to the situations because of what is in the guidelines.
I don't need the answer right now, but I think this is something we need to know. The second question I really wanted to ask is this protocol also going to be followed by city staff on city projects? I'll give you an example. We're about to do the park and ride in my ward, which is in an area where they tell me they're going to be cutting trees down within a few months, and that's going to mean there's going to be animal dislocation. Are they going to be given the information and told to follow the protocol?
Yes, the protocol is applicable to city projects as well, where there's disturbance that's happening.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So this is not direction, I'm just asking that the definition, since there's interest from some of the members here of what the definition or the description, job description was, if you'd like to share that in case somebody wants to use it for during budget. Okay, on quorum for a while. But at the same time, I would like you to be able to say how many people you have on your staff with expertise in these very varied areas. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. So on the item protocol for wildlife protection during construction updated, so it's the updating of the protocol we have. Is that carried? Carried? Yeas and nays? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Thanks, everybody. So, no, we're not adjourned. I have to go through inquiries. We were going to have an inquiry, but we're not having an inquiry now. Oh, notice of motion? Do I have a notice of motion? No. Any inquiries? No? Other business? We have a motion from Councillor Tierney on other business.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, that the Planning Committee approve the addition of a verbal update concerning the Client Relationship Leader Program for consideration by the Committee at today's meeting pursuant to Section 89(3) of the Procedural Bylaw.
So if you remember back in whenever we dealt with the work plan, I think it was Councillor Shirelli that asked for comments from the IC, and so we asked that something come back, that we be told how that went. So that's what this is about. If we want to hear that information, receive the information. Wait, is that carried, the motion to allow it? Yes? Yes, that's right. So, Ms. Snedden, I believe you and Mr. Mizzi met with the IC.
Madam Chair, that is correct. Mr. Mizzi and I met with the Integrity Commissioner as directed by Planning Committee in the June 9th meeting. We met with the Integrity Commissioner on June 17th. Had a very positive meeting. The Integrity Commissioner had identified after meeting with us that this was a valuable management tool available to us to use in terms of a program. The Integrity Commissioner talked to us about the lobbying, the bylaw, the lobbyist registry, and then I invited the Integrity Commissioner to attend an orientation meeting that I had with the client relationship leaders and the development industry. So he gave a presentation as well on the lobbyist registry and answered any questions that anyone had at the time, and had a great effective presentation so that everyone's aware of what is in the bylaw and what is lobbying and what is not lobbying.
Well, thank you for that information. Thanks, and thanks for checking that out. And perhaps somebody could let Councillor Shirelli know that he was the one that was interested in it. Thank you. Anything else in other business, everybody? So are we adjourned? Good. Well, thank you. So we're back. I don't think we have anything that's going to be deferred from any previous meeting or anything for the next meeting, which is on October the 13th, day after Thanksgiving Monday. Thank you. We have another meeting to go to. Okay.